Lansing's only sports station. The Game, 7:30.
Let's play.
Shop Macy's VIP sale, going on now. Use your coupon or Macy's card and take an extra 30% off the latest fall trends from designers that rarely go on sale. And save 15% off skincare, makeup, fragrances, and more. Plus, shop fall specials for even more great deals on top brands at Macy's. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Thank you and good evening and welcome to another edition of High School Football here on the Game, 7:30 a.m. WVFN and the Lansing Sports Network. And it's brought to you, as always, by Jeff and Chris Metz in Dowding Industries and by Megan Zemer and her great staff at the Lansing Sports Commission. It's the game of the year in the Mid-Michigan area in the regular season. The 4-0 DeWitt Panthers at the 3-1 East Lansing Trojans. Eric Doc Love will join me at the top of the next hour for the broadcast of the game from Lynn C. Adams Stadium. We look forward to that. But we got a busy hour coming up. First, my interview with veteran DeWitt head coach Rob Zimmerman. Then my interview with veteran East Lansing coach Bill Faracco. And then my two-part interview with Brian Calloway, the prep sports editor of the Lansing State Journal. But before we get to all of that, it's another edition of This Week in High School Sports with John Ross.
11 years and counting on the NFHS network and a wild shootout in DeWitt. I'm John Ross, and this is This Week in High School Sports, powered by the Michigan Achievement Scholarship. High school games from across Michigan at all levels have been broadcast on the NFHS network for more than 11 years now. That's more than 175,000 games from more than 600 high schools in the state. Last year alone, more than 50,000 events aired on the NFHS network. The oldest game available to watch on demand is from August 30th, 2013, a varsity football matchup between Adrian and Carleton Airport. The game Adrian won 26-7. In addition to tons of regular season contests, the NFHS network is home to MHSAA postseason events. This fall, the football, soccer, and volleyball playoffs are all available, as well as the cross-country and swimming and diving finals. In the winter, basketball, competitive cheer, gymnastics, ice hockey, and wrestling is all on, followed by baseball, lacrosse, soccer, softball, and track and field in the spring. Monthly and annual subscriptions are available, with a portion of your subscription fee going back to the school you designate. But you can watch any game from any high school in the country, including all past games that are available. Can't make it out to a game in person? Support your favorite school by watching them on the NFHS network. Go to NFHSnetwork.com to sign up and watch. It's time for Game Balls, when we highlight a trio of standout performances from the past week. First, Birmingham Groves' Teddy Abbott. He had 3 interceptions in one quarter, including a pick six and a 35-7 win over Rochester. Abbott becomes just the 4th player in MHSAA history with 3 interceptions in a single quarter. Okemos golfer Elena Lee, she fired a school record 64 to claim the individual medalist honors at the CAAC Open. She also helped her team to a school record team score and team title. And at Kingsford's Gavin Grondin. He had an 86-yard kickoff return for a touchdown as the Flivers knocked off Nagani, avenging last season's loss to the Miners.
Graduating seniors could qualify for a tuition-free skills certificate or associate degree through the new Community College Guarantee, no matter their GPA or your household income. Or if your child plans to attend a 4-year university or career school, the Michigan Achievement Scholarship Program has them covered. They could get up to $27,500 toward a bachelor's degree or up to $4,000 for career training. Complete the FAFSA to get started at mi.gov/achievement.
Our weekly Be the Referee feature takes a look at the fine art of officiating with registered official Paige Winnie.
Let's talk tennis, specifically the rules around the net. First, tennis nets are 42 inches high at the post and 36 inches high in the center, and nets measure 42 feet wide. Players and their equipment cannot touch the net during a point. However, a player's follow-through can cross over the net if the ball was to hit the correct side of the court. But no part of the follow-through can touch the net. Also, the ball must completely cross the net before it can hit. If your opponent hits a high lob and you are standing at the net ready to smash a return, you must wait until the ball is completely over the net before hitting it. Making contact with the net during a play or hitting the ball before it's over the net results in a loss of a point.
Thanks, Paige. Now more than ever, we need officials. If you're interested, please go to the MHSAA website now to register. If you like touchdowns and not a ton of tackling, then DeWitt versus Hurricane last Friday was the game for you. Hurricane made the 6.5-hour bus ride up from West Virginia to take on the Panthers, and when it was done, the record book needed work. DeWitt won 70-63. Yes, there were 19 total touchdowns scored in this one. That's a touchdown every 2.5 minutes. The game was tied 7 times, and there were 7 lead changes. Hurricane jumped in front on the game's first play, a 90-yard touchdown pass. DeWitt battled back to take a 21-20 lead after the first quarter. It was tied at 35 at half, tied at 49 after 3, and both teams had fourth quarter leads. DeWitt's Elliott Larner ran for 279 yards, a new school record, and 5 touchdowns. The 70 points is a new school record, set just 3 weeks after scoring 69 in a season-opening win against Hazlitt. And on the other end of the scoring spectrum last week, Midland Dow knocked off Bay City Western 3-2. You've been listening to This Week in High School Sports, powered by the Michigan Achievement Scholarship, a production of the MHSAA Network. Thanks for joining us. I'm John Ross, and we'll be back next week.
Shop Macy's VIP sale, going on now. Use your coupon or Macy's card and take an extra 30% off the latest fall trends from designers that rarely go on sale. And save 15% off skincare, makeup, fragrances, and more. Plus, shop fall specials for even more great deals on top brands at Macy's. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
The Game, 7:30 a.m. WVFN.
Joining us once again on the pregame show, the 26th-year head coach for the Panthers of DeWitt High School, 4-0 on the season, 1-0 in the CAAC Blues, Coach Rob Zimmerman. Coach Zim, thanks so much for coming on once again.
You're very welcome, Brock.
Well, you're coming off the historic, I guess, because you've never played a team from West Virginia before. It was 70-63. I heard people joking during the week, it'll be one of those 70-69 games. Ha, ha, ha. Well, that almost happened. You won 70-63. You scored 10 touchdowns on the night. Elliott Larner had 5 of them, but it was far more than a one-man show. But talk about the whole atmosphere. I heard and I saw on social media the new locker rooms. Somebody posted a picture of the new locker rooms. They look sweet, to be honest with you. And just about the whole night in general before we get into individual performances.
Honestly, I think it was probably the greatest night in the regular season I've ever had an opportunity to be a part of.
Really?
The new locker room and, seeing the boys' facial expressions and how excited they were because they didn't know anything about it. And we introduced them to it right before the game. And then, we had Hall of Fame night. We had Junior Panther night. And Matt Maher, who made a big donation for the locker room, was there for the game. And then our opponent was, I think, as talented, if not the most talented team on offense that we've ever played against in my 26 years. So for us to win that game and, as exciting as it was, just a tremendous crowd. I mean, it was a really, really special night. So one that I'll never, ever forget for sure.
Well, you also never forget the offensive performance of your team. Elliott Larner, who's probably the leading candidate for Area Player of the Year, basically at the halfway point of the season. 7 total touchdowns, 5 on the ground, 279 yards rushing, 2 passing. I mean, he's been great all season long. What more can you say?
He just is grown by leaps and bounds from a year ago. I mean, he's always been very talented, but the game slowed down for him. And it kind of depends on the week as to who we're going to go to the most. And we planned on running the football and a couple of things that we thought we could get. He happened to be the person that was going to get the carries the majority of the time. So, but he's played about as well as you can possibly play. His numbers are absolutely amazing. His decision-making's been tremendous. And, I think his supporting cast certainly helps because you can't key on just him. He's got a lot of people around him that are very good. And our offensive line has played very well, too. So, he's played unbelievably well, but as a whole, our offense has been as good as I can remember.
Yeah, Trav Moore has been like an unsung hero this season, but he's had a great year himself. He's going to have, if he can stay healthy, he's going to have over 1,000 yards this season, maybe 1,500. Who the heck knows? He's been absolutely great. And you look at the stats from last Friday, ho-hum, 166 yards rushing, 3 total touchdowns in the game. That's like ho-hum. That's like normal for him.
Yeah, Trav he's not getting as much attention as Elliott, but he's had a phenomenal season also, and so has Abram Larner, Elliott's brother, who I think is as good a receiver as there is in the state of Michigan. I'm biased, but he's also been just tremendous. So, I mean, those three have been, it's a lot to prepare for sure.
Speaking with Rob Zimmerman, the 26th-year head coach for the DeWitt Panthers. All right, even though your defense gave up 63 points, you talked about the talent that Hurricane High has. The good thing is you forced 4 turnovers and only committed 1. How much of a key was that?
Oh, that was huge, and I think the special teams, I mean, we had the 1 touchdown off it, and then taking the chance on the onside there towards the end of the game and recovering that was a huge part of it. So the turnovers was big. We had to overcome a penalty that was pretty significant, that we had a 100-yard interception return on that got called back. And so the turnovers were a big part of that game for us. And we made some changes, tweaked some things this week, so we'll be a little bit different defensively than what we've been. And I think we're starting 9 underclassmen on defense, and we're going through some growing pains still, but we're going to get there. I mean, these kids have a great attitude, and, I think we're only going to continue to get better from that side of the ball as well.
Well, you may need to, because you're going to face a team that is really talented in its own right, the Trojans of East Lansing. They're 3-1 on the season. They beat Okemos last Friday, 51-0. But you know what the talent that they have, the guys that they have back, and I'm talking about quarterback Ben Fletcher and the running back Jace Clarizio, who's headed to Michigan State, and his backup Duarte Sams Jr., he's pretty good as well.
Yeah, their 2 running backs are very, very good. I mean, they obviously have a very good offense, but certainly the key is those 2 guys, and if you're going to have an opportunity to beat them, then you got to slow them down and not give up the big play to Clarizio. I mean, he's obviously outstanding. But I do feel like last week helped us tremendously, because they had 6 Division I players on their offense, and 4 of them were skill kids. So we've seen some talent for sure, and it's not going to be easy, but at least we've had some prep against that kind of athlete in the very recent past years.
Rob Zimmerman, the 26th-year head coach for the DeWitt Panthers, joining us here on the pregame show. Coach, you talk about preparing, not only for the league race, which, you're right in the thick of right now, but, playoff-wise, this can only help you when you get to the postseason. That's assuming you get there, and you almost certainly will.
Yeah, I mean, our schedule has been great for us to help us from that standpoint. A couple of local rivalry games, and then obviously last week was huge, and we still have East Lansing, and a couple of tougher games left in the conference. So I think with us being the size that we are, us and Waverly are considerably smaller than the rest of the conference, and playing the bigger schools can only help us for the playoffs, because we won't see anybody that size. I mean, we're half the size of a couple of schools in the conference. So it's great for us. It's only going to help us run down the road. I think last week was the game that's probably the one that will help us the most, because of not only the size of their players, but the skill level that they had, and just how intense the game was. It was like a deep playoff run game in week 4 of the season. So all that certainly helps for on down the road.
And certainly the crowd as well. Saw pictures of the crowd, just a wild and crazy crowd last week at Memorial Stadium for your home opener. Going to be another loud one at Lynn C. Adams Stadium. When we were there for the Grand Ledge East Lansing game, it was just about packed. I'm expecting the same thing. What's it like for you to coach? You hear players all the time say they get really amped up when you got a full crowd and the crowd's really into it. What is it like for you as a coach?
I think the biggest thing is it's fun for the kids, and they have more energy because of it. We're fortunate with the kind of crowds that we have at our home field, and the following that we have when we go on the road, and it certainly makes the games more fun. And last week's atmosphere again was as good as I've ever been around in my 26 years as a head coach here. It was crazy. So that type of thing. I don't think we can ever duplicate that again, to be honest, with what it was like last week. But we still will have a good crowd for this game, and it will be an excellent atmosphere as well.
And finally, what are one or two keys for a big DeWitt win over East Lansing?
Got to keep the running backs in check to a certain extent. Certainly can't stop those guys because they're very talented. They got to keep them in check. Can't give up the big play. And then, as with any game, can't turn the football over. I mean, that'll be a big part of it. So, I expect a great game, and whoever plays the cleanest probably a win. But it should be another very good game between the two of us, and will only help both of us get better for the playoffs for sure.
He's Rob Zimmerman, the 26th-year head coach for the DeWitt Panthers. Coach, thanks so much for coming on. Best of luck. Congratulations so far, and best of luck against East Lansing.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it, Brock.
And you're listening to your trusted source for high school sports coverage, the game 7:30 a.m. WVFN, brought to you by the Lansing Sports Commission and by Jeff and Chris Metz and Dowding Industries.
WVFN.
Joining us once again on the pregame show, the 21st-year head coach for the Trojans of East Lansing High School. He's Coach Bill Faracco. Coach, thanks so much for coming on once again.
Thank you for having me, Brock. Thank you very much.
Coach, first things first, James Blue, the player, your junior player who got hurt against Grand Ledge in the third quarter, had a long delay there. How is he doing? How is he feeling?
James has recovered very, very well. In fact, he's probably going to be able to be available for us next week. He's been out of practice every day, helping out, and today even had, or yesterday and today, he was in shorts, but he had his helmet on. So he's doing really well. Thank you for asking.
That's very good to hear, because that was a long delay, and Erik and I were just hoping that it was, just something that wasn't major, and I'm talking about like a spinal cord injury or anything like that. It doesn't sound like that was the case, but it sounded like that everybody involved just took all the necessary precautions.
Yes, it was a very precautionary thing, and it ended up being more muscular than any kind of spine or bone thing. So that was all very, very good.
That's good to hear. Well, you're coming off a big win over Okemos, 51-0 last Friday night. Jace Clarizio, 3 rushing touchdowns. Duarte Sams, maybe the best backup running back in the entire state of Michigan, 2 rushing touchdowns. I mean, he's a 1,000-yard guy, Duarte Sams. How important is it in games like this where you've got a big lead to get your backups and get reserves into the game?
I think that it's extremely important because there's, the bulk of your roster doesn't play that much on Friday nights. We don't two platoon. We don't have that luxury. So it's a very rewarding thing for the kids who don't see the action, but yet during the week, Monday through Thursday, put in a lot of work. And from that standpoint, it was rewarding for them.
Yeah, definitely. And Jace Clarizio's had injury issues off and on throughout his career at East Lansing. I mean, when he's been on the field, he's been great, but he has had some injuries. He had to leave the game against Grand Ledge because of leg cramps. I mean, Erik and I could obviously see that. And it's how much of a relief is it for you as a coach to have somebody like Duarte Sams Jr. as a backup running back? He would start most places in the Lansing area, if not the state of Michigan.
It's an extreme confidence builder because we do platoon both of them in, and Duarte is a heck of a ball player. He's manning now our strong safety position, doing well there, and we put him in a couple different locations schematically to take advantage of his talent.
Bill Faracco, the 21st-year head coach for the East Lansing Trojans, joining us here on the pregame show. Coach, I think I asked you this last year, but how difficult is it for you to coach one of your former players? F.A. Scott Amakpour, coach, the coach at Okemos High School. How difficult is it for you personally to coach one of your former players? A coach against one of your former players, you know what I mean?
Honestly, when we start to play, it's the game, it's our kids, and making sure that we do well. There's a certain part of me that reaches out emotionally and more emotionally than anything for them to do well. I think it's going to come along. It's just one of those deals where you have to be patient and you find the things that you're going to do well or want to do well, and just stay the course, and then get the athletes to play.
Bill Faracco joining us here on the pregame show. All right, let's get to your opponents tonight. The Panthers of DeWitt. You know how explosive an offense they've had. They scored 55 points. They scored 69 points against Hazlitt, 55 points against Mason, and 70 points last week against Hurricane West Virginia. It sounded like it was just a wild game. Elliot Larner's having a fantastic year for Coach Rob Zimmerman. Talk about the DeWitt squad from your perspective.
First of all, offensively, it's a very unique system that they run, very creative, and they coach the heck out of it, and they're very, very, very good at it. For us to slow it down a little bit, try to get them off schedule is going to be a major challenge. They have in their skill positions, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 11, number 7. They're all very, very good, and they're and up front they do what they need to do to be successful. And for us to slow them down a little bit, once again, is a major challenge, and we have to exhibit great eye discipline and know our responsibility and play our responsibility, not do anything more than that. So it's a major challenge, and it's going to be very interesting to see.
Coach, it sounds like eye discipline and doing what you're supposed to do. It's like what Bill Belichick used to say, do your job, and don't try to do anything more than that.
Right. You get into a progression of responsibility that you must attend to, and it's a very intentional thing. It's just like counting 1, 2, 3, 4. You don't count 1, 3, 4, 7.
Yeah.
And if you jump that, then you discredit your chances for success.
Bill Faracco joining us here on the pregame show. Coach, when we did the game 2 weeks ago against Grand Ledge, one of the things that impressed me was the crowd that was there. You know, in some games in recent years, some of the East Lansing high school students aren't there, or the crowd isn't as big. That crowd, while not quite a sellout, was pretty close to a sellout, and I'm expecting the same thing tonight against DeWitt. Can you tell the difference in the crowd, or are you just so locked in the game strategy that it's like background noise for you?
I usually hear about it afterwards.
Oh, okay.
But the students have been extremely supportive, as the staff, our professional staff, and it's a very positive experience for everybody involved.
That's good to hear, yeah, because it was one of the things we remarked. Big crowd against Grand Ledge. We're expecting the same this week. All right, what are 1 or 2 keys to beat DeWitt tonight?
I think that first of all, we've got to eliminate any kind of turnovers, and then the unforced errors, which we had a rash of a couple weeks ago. We've got to eliminate those. Sustain some drives to keep our defense on the sideline, and knock them off schedule a little bit in what they do offensively. And from our offense, we need to maybe get about 8 to 10 explosives to balance out what they normally do. So I think taking care of the football and once again, from a defensive standpoint, practicing that eye discipline and doing what your assignment calls for.
He's Bill Faracco, the 21st year head coach for the Trojans of East Lansing. Coach, thanks so much for coming on. Best of luck tonight.
Appreciate it, Brock. Take care, and thank you very much.
And you're listening to your trusted source for high school sports coverage, the game 730 AM WVFN and the Lansing Sports Network. Brought to you by Dowding Industries and by the Lansing Sports Commission.
Most tax pros leave a message.
It's Jane. I'm moving on to a TurboTax expert who beat your price. Adam Devine, tell him how I feel.
Hey, Tax Pro, she's been thinking twice. Best believe TurboTax will beat your price. This is a tax break.
Switch to a TurboTax Live expert and we'll beat what you paid your pro last tax season. Make the switch at TurboTax.com/beatyourprice. TurboTax full service only. Sign up by 12/20/2024 and file by 4/1/2025. Full details at TurboTax.com/beatyourprice.
Lansing Sports Leader, The Game, 7:30 a.m.
Joining us once again on the pregame show, the prep sports editor of the Lansing State Journal. He is Brian Calloway. Brian, refresh my memory. What game were you at last week?
I was at Mason Hazlitt, the game that went into overtime. Pretty classic game there.
Now, let's start with that then. I heard it was a wild game throughout social media. I mean, it's just incredible win for Mason to win that game in overtime. Tough luck for Hazlitt. I've been told there were questionable calls in that game, but you were there. What'd you think?
Yeah, Mason being able to find a way to win. It's a pretty gritty win for a young team, especially after Hazlitt went ahead by a touchdown, or went ahead when they scored a touchdown with 50 seconds remaining, and they were up by a field goal. And for Mason to be able to find a way with a long kick return and then be able to kick a game 42-yard field goal as time expires to send it into overtime, that's just kind of gritty and resilient. Mason missed some chances in the first half. Hazlitt would capitalize on those missed chances and, was able to take that lead late before Mason, was able to force overtime there. And then Hazlitt missed a field goal in their opening possession of overtime before Mason was able to finish it with a touchdown there to walk it off.
Yeah, tough luck missing a field goal, hitting the upright for Hazlitt. Just tough luck miss. Man, Hazlitt's got a 1-3 record, but you've seen them. They're better than that, aren't they?
Yeah, I've seen them twice. I saw them against DeWitt as well, too. So, you look at a team like DeWitt, that they lost to. I mean, that DeWitt team has been very good so far this season. So, yeah, tough schedule that they've had in the early stages of the season, but, they've got some chances over the back half of the season to kind of put things together and try to find their way into the Division IV playoffs.
Let's talk about DeWitt now. You mentioned DeWitt. Just another wild game for them. All they've done, they scored 69 points against Hazlitt, 55 points against Mason, and then 70 points in a huge win over Hurricane West Virginia. Elliot Larner accounted for 7 of the 10 touchdowns. I mean, he's probably the player of the year at the halfway point of the season, but, I mean, that's incredible, and that's a great win for DeWitt. Got to give them just gobs of confidence, don't you think?
Yeah, I mean, they've been impressive, nothing short of impressive early on in the season, especially with what they've done offensively and just piled up the points that they piled up. When you look at, 60-some points against Waverly as well, too. You talked about the 70. They've set the school record for points in the game twice already in the first 4 weeks of the season. Elliot Larner set the school record for rushing yards in the game with 279 last week as well, too, and tied the school record for 5 rushing touchdowns as well, too. So, I mean, everything that they've done has been very impressive so far from an offensive standpoint.
Brian Calloway, prep sports editor of the Lansing State Journal, joining us here on the pregame show. Another team that won in overtime. Huge win for Sexton, winning at Charlotte. This gets them to 2-2. They've had a couple of tough losses this year, but they rallied. Win on the road at Charlotte keeps them alive not only for a playoff berth, but they get Portland. They got to go to Portland later on in the season. They'll have a chance to possibly get a share of the league championship if things work out.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing for them was just staying a game in the loss column behind Portland. I mean, that's the biggest thing because, it's just Portland, Sexton, Olivet, and Lansing Catholic are all one loss behind Portland, through the first 3 weeks of league competition so far. So, I mean, that's big for them and, trying to find a way to stay in that position ahead of that game that they have against Portland, which I believe in week 8 was just big for them. So, for them to grind out some of the wins that they've grinded out in the early part of the season has been pretty big.
It has, but Portland has looked really, really strong this season. They beat Lakewood last week on the road 42-0. Another team, St. John's, one of the big surprises this season. They're 4-0 on the season. They crushed Eastern 47-8. What a nice story there. Coach Andy Schmidt, former St. John's Red Wing player, took them to the state finals in 2004 when he was the quarterback of the team, now the head coach, taking over for Dave Merrigy, and he's got them back going again. Nice to see.
Yeah, it's been nice to see what they've been able to do in the early portion of the season so far. Obviously, they've got some big games coming up, starting this week against Williamston, and Mason next week as well, too.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we're going to learn a little bit more about them kind of as things get going, but the start has been very impressive for them.
And Everett stays undefeated as well as they won easily last week. This is another nice story. They barely got into the playoffs last year, but able to win easily and get themselves to 4-0 on the season. And they've got big games coming up. East Lansing, DeWitt, Grand Ledge, Holt. That's what they got left.
Yeah, their schedule is going to definitely pick up with kind of the competition that they're going to see going forward. Even this week, they got a Grand Blanc, which is not going to be an easy game. That's going to be a challenging game for them as well, too. So I feel like they are another team that's kind of in the same boat as St. John's that I feel like we're going to learn a lot more about in the weeks to come.
And in the CMAC, yes, Saranac is 2-1 on the season in the league, 3-1 overall. But it looks like this is just it's inevitable. It's going to be PW at Fowler for the league championship, just like it has been the last couple of years.
No, yeah, it's definitely trending in that direction. Just kind of with what we've seen, we talked about this on a weekly basis, just with the way that both of these teams have just been dominant in league play so far. Both of them, have handled their business and they've done it pretty well. So. And
finally, in the others category, we got to talk about the 8-man game because St. Pat's beat Morris to get to 4-0. Let's go there. Portland St. Pat's, I guess. 4-0 on the season. They beat Morris at home last Saturday. What was it, 34-20, I think the score was? That's a low-scoring game for an 8-man game.
Yeah, it was something like, maybe it was 29-12. But regardless, it wasn't a high-scoring game.
I'm confused. Go on.
It wasn't a high-scoring game. But, for Portland St. Patrick, that's two nice wins for them in the back-to-back weeks when you look at what they did against Mount Pleasant Sacred Heart the week prior, going on the road to get that win, and then following it up with a pretty big league win over Morris.
Yep, and finishing up 11-player football, Leslie beating Michigan Center 33-31. This was a game that had a long delay, too, because there was a significant injury to one of the players. Joel Cranmore, only, in quotation marks, 2 touchdown passes, 129 yards. That's a low game for him. He's been that good this season for Leslie, and the main reason why they're 4-0.
Yeah, no, he has been a huge part behind what they've done from an offensive standpoint so far this year. But for them now, it's nice for them to start Cascade's conference play with a win. They've matched their win total from last year so far as well too, with that win last week as well too.
And over at Elsie, Trice Tokar, kind of similar to Joel Cranmore, does everything for him. Threw for 104 yards, rushed for 64 yards, and an easy win over Durand. Over at Elsie, don't sleep on them. Travis Long has them going good.
Yeah, no, that team has really built off of what they did last year with making it to the Division VI state semifinals and off to a very impressive start so far this season.
Brian Calloway, Prep Sports Editor of the Lansing State Journal. We've reviewed week number 4. We'll preview week number 5 coming up next. Here on the game, 730 AM WVFN and the Lansing Sports Network, brought to you by Dowding Industries and by the Lansing Sports Commission.
Shop Macy's VIP sale, going on now. Use your coupon or Macy's card and take an extra 30% off the latest fall trends from designers that rarely go on sale. And save 15% off skincare, makeup, fragrances, and more. Plus, shop fall specials for even more great deals on top brands at Macy's. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Lansing's only sports station. The game, 730.
Let's play.
Back for another segment with Brian Calloway, Prep Sports Editor of the Lansing State Journal. Okay, we're both going to be at East Lansing for DeWitt East Lansing. We'll finish up this conversation talking about that game. Week number 5, you mentioned it in the last segment, Everett's got a tough game at Grand Blanc, trying to get to 5-0 on the season. Do they get there?
No, I think they're going to find a way to go on the road and get a win. They got a massive performance by Javari Funches last week. Nazai Davidson had some big games for them as well, too. So I'm going to pick them to go on the road and find a way to get a win over Grand Blanc.
One of the teams we didn't talk about was Grand Ledge. Tight game against Holt for the Jack Trophy last week, but Grand Ledge rode their three best players, Brady Williams, Anthony Baker, and Preston Bonet to the win in the second half over Holt, 28-7. They got another big rivalry game against Waverly. Those two teams, schools don't like each other in an athletic sense either. I got Grand Ledge big in this one. I think Grand Ledge is pretty good. I think they get to 4-1.
I like Grand Ledge big in this one over Waverly as well, too, so I'm going with the Comets.
Fowlerville is at Hazlitt. Hazlitt trying to rise from the depths, off to a 1-3 start. I got them winning at home against Fowlerville in just about a must-win game for them if they want to go to the playoffs.
I like Hazlitt in this one as well, too. Like we said, they've had some tough games early on in the season, a tough schedule, but I think they get back in the win column this week against Fowlerville.
In the CAAC Red, in advance of the big game, St. John's Mason next week up at St. John's, the Red Wings are at Williamston. This will be a tough game. Williamston just got their first win of the season last week. How do you see this one? This could be tight.
Yeah, I think you look at the record in Williamston, and right now it's 1-3, but I believe that they're a lot better than a 1-3 team. I know they've had a lot of tight games. They had a tight game with Lansing Catholic in week 1.
Yep.
Week 2, they had a tight game as well, too. I'm going to go with Williamston in this one to, maybe a little bit of an upset, but I'm going to go with Williamston.
Winning at home. Well, certainly possible. On to the CAAC White. Portland is going to be playing one of the teams that's a game below them in the standings. They are at Lansing Catholic. Portland has looked great so far. Chris Batley, their wide receiver, has been great. Dominic Navarez, their quarterback's been really good. Portland just runs that wing T offense, and they just run variations of it, and their defense always sound defensively. But I think Portland might have something extra this year. I think this might be their year. I mean, they made it to the semifinals last year, but they could go further than that this year, depending on the draw in the state tournament.
Yeah, they do have some pieces there. I think, Portland can definitely get some things done. I think this is kind of a unique game that they have this week against Lansing Catholic because it's been a few years since, Lansing Catholic Portland was kind of a very meaningful game with both of them kind of in contention because you look at the last couple of years when they played, I think Lansing Catholic has already 2 league losses. They were kind of a little bit out of it, but now both teams are kind of in the thick of the league chase, and Lansing Catholic has a chance as well, too, and Lansing Catholic has been improved. But I think Portland gets it done on the road here. Okay.
All right. Lakewood is at Sexton. I like Sexton in that one. I mean, in the CMAC, Fowler should take care of Dansville, and PW is at Potterville. Could be a tougher game than you might think. Potterville, goal number 1 was to play all 9 games this year. Looks like that's going to happen. But, hey, surprise, surprise, they've been more competitive. They're 2-1 in league play, 2-2 overall. I got PW in this one, but if Potterville makes it interesting, I wouldn't be surprised, would you?
I like PW big, just the way that they've handled their business. But, Potterville has been an interesting story with the way that they have been competitive this year in games. And, 2-2 so far. I mean, that's pretty good for our program that's just, getting back to playing a full varsity schedule this year.
Yeah, totally. I mean, if they can be anywhere close to 500, that would be a successful season for them. Leslie, tough game over Michigan Center last week. They host Manchester this week. How do you see it?
This is a matchup of 4-0 teams, too. Probably one of the bigger tests for Leslie this season. I like them to find a way to pick up a win there, so I'm going to go with them at home.
Yeah, I'd like them at home as well. Ovid Elsie is at Montrose. Montrose is a perennial power. Ovid Elsie has to go on the road. Could be a tough one, but Trice Tokar's been great so far.
No, he's been great, and they've had other pieces around him that have stepped up in the running game as well, too, like Clayton Frucci and a few other guys as well, too. So I'm going to go with Ovid Elsie on the road to stay unbeaten.
In games, the 8-man games, which are on Saturday, Portland St. Pat's goes to Breckenridge. Morris hosts Fulton. That should be a big one. Your thoughts on those games?
I like Portland St. Patrick, coming off 2 big wins, so I like them to get a win. And then Fulton, they're unbeaten as well, too, off to a 4-0 start. So I think they find a way to knock off Morris. Oh, that would be a big road win for Fulton there, beating Morris. That'd be something. 2 straight losses for Morris in 8-man football. That has not happened since they I don't think that's happened in a number of years. It's certainly been since before COVID since that happened. All right, the game we're going to be at, Lynn C. Adams Stadium, DeWitt at East Lansing. This is, Tim Stout said it's the regular season game of the year.
at least coming into it. It might turn out to be that way. DeWitt's 4-0. East Lansing's 3-1. Their only loss was in week 2 to Hudsonville by 2 points. Both teams have explosive offenses. I mean, Elliott Larner's probably the player of the year in the area, at least at this point of the season. Travers Moore, probably one of the big unsung heroes for DeWitt. Abram Larner, Elliott's twin brother, has been great, but you got to look on the other side. Ben Fletcher's been very good for East Lansing at quarterback. Jace Clarizio's going to Michigan State, and he's had some big moments despite battling some injuries here and there. And I mean, this is two Titans here in the mid-Michigan area. How do you see it?
Yeah, definitely two tight ends in the area, just kind of, and with the expectations that both of these teams had as well too. And you talked about East Lansing losing in week 2 to Hudsonville. Yeah, I think that loss isn't as bad as it may have looked a couple of weeks ago based on what Hudsonville has done since, because Hudsonville did lose their opener. I think it was to Brighton or Howell. But then last week they ended up knocking off Rockford, which is one of the top teams in the state as well too. So I think that loss, doesn't look as bad as it maybe did a couple of weeks ago. So I think East Lansing is a very dangerous team. They're the defending CAAC Blue champions. But I think with what DeWitt has done this year, it's kind of hard to pick that against them because they've just been able to outscore everybody and and just put up points. Pretty. It seems like it's come pretty easily for them and pretty quick in a lot of the games that I've seen them play. So I'm going to go with DeWitt and this one on the road to get a win.
And I like DeWitt as well. But we'll see what happens. We're both going to be there. And when I have you on next week, we will review that game as well as all the other games of Week 5 and preview Week number 6. Thank you, sir.
Hey, thanks for having me, Brock. I appreciate it.
Brian Calloway, Prep Sports Editor of the Lansing State Journal. We'll take a break, and we will come back. Erik Doc Love will join me from Lynn C. Stadium after this. Here on the game, 7:30 a.m. WVFN and the Lansing Sports Network, brought to you by Dowding Industries and the Lansing Sports Commission.
Most tax pros leave a message.
It's Jane. I'm moving on to a TurboTax expert who beat your price. Adam Devine, tell him how I feel.
Hey, tax pro, she's been thinking twice. Best believe TurboTax will beat your price. This is a tax break.
Switch to a TurboTax Live expert and we'll beat what you paid your pro last tax season. Make the switch at TurboTax.com/beatyourprice. TurboTax full service only. Sign up by 12/20/2024 and file by 4/1/2025. Full details at TurboTax.com/beatyourprice.
Lansing Sports Station. The game, 7:30 a.m.
And good evening, and welcome to another edition of High School Football. Here on the game, 7:30 a.m. WVFN and the Lansing Sports Network. We've got the game of the year in the regular season. In the Lansing area, at least we think so, and I think a lot of other people do. Two of the top teams in the area, two of my top 3 teams in my top 10 poll, which is released every Monday during the season on the game, 730am.com. It's the DeWitt Panthers at 4-0, at the Trojans of East Lansing at 3-1. We are here at Lynn C. Stadium, Jeff Smith Field at Lynn C. Stadium on the campus of East Lansing High School. I'm Brock Palmbos. Alongside me is Erik Doc Love. And, Doc, we've been looking forward to this one ever since we saw this East Lansing squad beat Grand Ledge 2 weeks ago.
Yep, East Lansing been on a bit of a run recently, beating Grand Ledge in that one 2 weeks ago at homecoming here, 38-21. Jace Clarizio, 230 rush yards on 31 attempts for 3 touchdowns. They had an easy one. Last week, he had Okemos 51-0, and the Trojans gearing up for this one against the Panthers, who, to pull it mildly, can score a lot of points.
East Lansing beat Okemos 51-0 last Friday night. Jace Clarizio, in limited duty, had 3 rushing touchdowns, and his backup, Duarte Sams Jr., maybe the best backup running back, not only in this area, but in the state, 109 yards rushing and 2 touchdowns.
For Clarizio, 3 touchdowns on 4 carries, by the way. That's efficiency right there.
Exactly. You mentioned DeWitt. Yep, they're 4-0 on the season. They beat Hurricane of West Virginia 70-63 last Friday night at Memorial Stadium in DeWitt. The player of the year so far in the area is Elliott Larner, their quarterback. 7 total touchdowns. 20 carries, 279 yards. That 279, that's a school record. 5 touchdowns and 2 passing touchdowns, 129 yards passing. And the unsung hero on this team, I think, is their running back, their junior running back, Trav Moore, they call him, 166 yards rushing and 3 total touchdowns for him.
Yeah, Moore had a great game. Larner, like you said, Elliott has been fantastic. His twin brother in that one, 111 total yards, a receiving touchdown. Junior Cooper Chambers had 12 tackles in that ball game. And the Panthers have been rolling, and they beat a team that showcases 6 starting offensive players that are Division I guys. So
and DeWitt beat them.
And DeWitt beat them 70-63. They forced 4 turnovers in that ball game too.
That was key.
That was key for that ball game in that one for them to get the turnovers. They beat Waverly 62-6 before that, and then we saw them against Mason the week before that, 55-21 at Mason. So Panthers averaging 64 points per ball game so far in 4 matchups, but Brock, they're giving up 33 points a game in that, too.
They are, and we think it's going to be a high-scoring game. We'll see. Maybe not 63-56, but something like 40-30, something along those lines.
I would strap in if you're listening because it might be a long night.
Well, this is the big game in the area, but there's other big games around the area tonight. The other one, if we weren't here, we'd be at Lansing Catholic because Portland and Lansing Catholic renew their rivalry tonight at Cougar Stadium. Portland, one of the best teams in the area. They've looked terrific so far this season. Great comeback win over Ionia a few weeks ago, and this is another contender for the crown in the CAAC White because Portland's in the lead at this point.
Yeah, Portland always up there at the top. Lansing Catholic has been playing better recently, too. They've had some comeback wins, have the Cougars themselves.
Other games we're looking at, Everett is at Grand Blanc. Out of conference. Waverly is at Grand Ledge, longtime West Side rivals. Okemos is at Holt. Fowlerville is at Hazlitt. Tough luck loss for Hazlitt last week against Mason. By the way, Mason hosts Eastern tonight. That's in advance of that big matchup at St. John's next week. By the way, the Red Wings of St. John's, 4-0 on the season. One of the nice stories so far. Got a tough one tonight. They go to Williamston.
Yeah, Williamston has been a little down so far this year, but when you go to conference games like that, it doesn't matter. They're always tougher games when you play in, whether it be the CAAC red, the white, the blue, it doesn't matter. If it's a conference game, it's a tough matchup.
Charlotte is at Ionia tonight. Olivet at Eaton Rapids. Sexton got a big win last week, winning in overtime at Charlotte. Dansville is at Fowler. PW at Potterville. That's just in advance of next week's huge clash in the CMAC. PW at Fowler, one of the games we're considering doing.
Yeah, we got a couple of games in mind for week 6, but yes, PW and Fowler, it seems like
it's a collision course.
Nearly every year, it comes down to those two teams in the CMAC.
And they also play for the Milk Jug. Love trophy. You know I love trophy games in high school. But Potterville, 2-2 on the season. You know what? That's pretty good for them considering the upheaval that they've had in recent years. Thought about going to 8-man. Thought about dissolving the program altogether. Played a limited schedule last year. Now finally playing a full 9-game, 11-man schedule. That's number one. You want to finish all 9 games. And they've won a couple. They're 2-2.
Yep, 2-2. It might be a tough one against PW, but nevertheless, yes, it's a nice story for them to actually come into it at least 500 so far after 4 weeks.
Leslie hosts Manchester tonight. Leslie, of course, the great junior quarterback Joel Cranmore has been great so far this year. Tough win last week against Michigan Center down in the Cascades. Won 33-31.
They were up, and then Michigan Center came back on them and had to hold on.
Had a chance to tie, I believe, at the end. Ovid Elsie, 4-0 on the season. Trice Tokar's having a great year as well. They're playing perennial power Montrose, who's good every single year. Be a tough road test for them.
Marauders looking good so far.
8-man football is tomorrow. Weberville hosts Byron. Portland St. Pat's beat Morris at home last Saturday night. So St. Pat's is 4-0 on the season. They're at Breckenridge, and Morris has a tough one at home. Coming off the loss to St. Pat's, they host Fulton tomorrow night.
That was a premier matchup last week, that Saturday night game between those two squads.
Yep. So those are the games we'll be looking at. We'll do our best to keep you updated through the Twitterverse. And yes, you Tiger fans, we'll try to keep you updated on the Tiger game tonight. As everyone knows by now, if the Tigers beat the White Sox tonight at Comerica Park, they are in the playoffs for the first time since 2014.
People might be double dipping. They might be watching the Tigers, listening to us at the same time.
And if that is the case, thank you for listening on the game 7:30 a.m. WVFN, the game 730am.com, and on the Lansing Sports Network.com. East Lansing won the toss and will defer to the second half. So DeWitt's going to get the ball first. Before we get to the national anthem, keys to this game. Might as well do it now.
I think turnover is probably going to be the biggest key in this one. We've seen teams, if you turn the ball over, you're going to lose. I mean, it's more than likely what's going to happen. So I think taking care of the ball is going to be the biggest thing. We mentioned DeWitt forced 4 turnovers last week against Hurricane West Virginia High School. But East Lansing, as long as they take care of the ball here at home, I think they'll be okay. DeWitt, it's a little tougher on the road. Obviously, always more tougher when you go on the road and play against a squad like East Lansing. I think turnover is going to be the biggest key. And for East Lansing, can they contain quarterback Elliot Larner? They're not going to be able to stop him.
No.
Nobody's done it so far. Can they contain him? And for the Panthers, can they contain Jace Clarizio? It's going to come down to basically those two. Can you keep Clarizio under 100 yards? Can you keep Elliott Lerner under 200 total yards?
Will the wind from Hurricane Helene, because we're getting the outer bands, we're getting wind from it tonight. Could that be a factor tonight?
Possibly the air, passes through the air, maybe some punts, whatever it may be. If it comes down to a field goal, it could be. I'm looking at the flag right now to my right. It's gusting pretty hard right now, so the wind could be a factor tonight in this ballgame. We're not getting any rain.
Not yet. We hope not.
Not yet. At least not at the moment. We're not. It's cloudy, but the breezes and the wind has really picked up since about noon. It's gotten a lot windier.
Which we expected. This is not a surprise. We expected this to happen.
It could impact some punts. It could impact some kicks.
Maybe in the second half.
Yeah, maybe in the second half. And like I said, maybe if somebody has to attempt a field goal late in the ball game, it might be a factor.
Nice to see the DeWitt student section down to our right. It is chock full. The East Lansing student section almost completely full. That's so good to see. In recent years, there have been games where there haven't been a lot of fans to support East Lansing. Mm-hmm. Not the case today. Their stands are almost completely full. That's a good thing.
It was the same case 2 weeks ago when we were here for homecoming as well. The stands were nearly packed on the opposite side too, and then Grand Ledge had a good setup here on our side. We're on the auxiliary press box on the opposite side of the major press box, the main press box.
All right. It's DeWitt at East Lansing. Game of the year so far in the Mid-Michigan area in the regular season. We'll have the kickoff and the game itself coming up after this on the game, 7:30 a.m. WVFN and the Lansing Sports Network, brought to you by Dowding Industries and by the Lansing Sports Commission.
Welcome to Be the Referee with MHSAA registered official Paige Winnie.
We're on the diamond, and we've got bases loaded with one out. The batter hits a fly ball, and all three runners take off. The fly ball is caught for out number 2. The fielder throws to first base for out number 3, which is technically an appeal play, not a force out, with the runner leaving early. But before that out is recorded, the runner who left third base early crosses the plate. Does that run count? It depends. If the defense appeals to third base before leaving the field of play, they would be awarded a fourth out and the run would not count. But if they fail to appeal, or if they all run to the dugout before realizing an appeal is needed, then yes, the run would count, even though the runner failed to tag up.
Thanks, Paige. You can be a referee. Go online now to register at MHSAA.com. Be the Referee is a part of the MHSAA network.
Shop Macy's VIP sale, going on now. Use your coupon or Macy's card and take an extra 30% off the latest fall trends from designers that rarely go on sale. And save 15% off skincare, makeup, fragrances, and more. Plus, shop fall specials for even more great deals on top brands at Macy's. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
It's not just sports, it's a lifestyle.
Right on.
We are the game, 7:30 a.m. WVFN, East Lansing.
The Star Spangled Banner being played by the East Lansing Marching Band before we get things going here. 12 minutes are on the clock, and we'll be ready to go here in just a couple of minutes. Dowding Industries, Jeff and Chris Metz and Dowding Industries sponsoring our coverage not only tonight, but all season long. Got to tell you about our great sponsors there. If you're wondering what your future holds and you're not going to college, you found out college just isn't for you, check out the future that skilled trades can offer you. You'll be surprised. Check them out at doubtingindustries.com. And by Megan Zemer and her great staff at the Lansing Sports Commission. No matter the sport, the Lansing Sports Commission can make your next event your best event. Plan on something greater. Find out details at lansingsports.org. As we said in the last segment, Doc, East Lansing won the coin toss, and they will defer to the second half. So the DeWitt offense is going to get out there first. You a little surprised by that? I figured the East Lansing would want to keep the DeWitt offense off the field as much as possible.
I think this is more of one of those things where, like, we want to see what we can do against them defensively early on in this ball game. It's one of those, you're playing mind games with the other team. You're trying to decide what you want to do, what they're going to do, and I like that actually. I would rather go on defense first and see, hey, if we get a stop, we can go down and score. We have a lead already. So I'm more of that. More often than not, you see teams defer to the second half and go defense first.
Yep.
Some teams go offense first. It doesn't happen as often. I'm not surprised by that, and I like that call. I would have done the same thing.
East Lansing will kick off. They'll be going from left to right across your radio, south to north here. This is a north-south field here. Isaiah Armstrong is going to kick off from the 40-yard line. Going from left to right. East Lansing in their home blue uniforms. Home navy blue uniforms. White numerals, white helmets with a blue stripe, navy blue stripe right down the center. Just think Penn State. They're almost identical to Penn State's uniforms. DeWitt in the road, white uniforms, blue numerals, gold trim, blue helmets, gold stripe right down the middle, and the Panther logo on either side of the helmet, and we're ready to go. Armstrong kicking off.
Back for DeWitt, number 2, Trav Moore, and number 4, Abram Lerner.
They're back standing inside their own 10-yard line.
I'd be surprised if this goes to either one of those guys.
Left-footed kicker is Isaiah Armstrong, who got hurt in the Grand Ledge game. Remember that?
Yep.
He got hurt and came back and played. Here's the kick. Oh, onside kick. DeWitt's going to take it at the 42-yard line. It's covered there. Number 62, Luke Nolan, a junior lineman.
And one of the captains I saw earlier, too, is out there for the coin flip.
He picks it up and downs it. He just grabbed it like a ground ball in baseball and downs it at the 42-yard line.
That's what they tell you to do. They practice that kind of stuff. You see it all the time in practices and even before the ball game. You're a big man, fall on the ball. Like I said, I didn't think the ball was going to go anywhere near those guys, and it didn't.
Elliot Larner in the shotgun. Trav Moore next to him. Wing on the right. 3 wide receivers to the right. Man in motion. Abram Larner takes the jet sweep handoff over the 45, over the 50, close to a first down. Taken down there by number 8. That's Jay Carnegie, a senior for East Lansing, and we're underway.
Moore was actually in the slot over there, came in motion. They went to that mesh point, and it was a read option play, and Elliot Lerner decided to keep the ball. He pulled it back from Trav Moore from his gut and took off and got 9.
Larner in the gun. Handoff. That's Abram. That is Trav Moore, rather. And nothing doing at the line of scrimmage. Number 69, Justin Aljari, one of their leading tacklers. I think he is their leading tackler. Mm-hmm. Not much of a gain there, maybe even a loss.
They're going to say back to the line of scrimmage, and that's it.
So it'll be 3rd down and a long one here. First minute of play, DeWitt at East Lansing. Winner takes at least a share of the lead in the CAAC blue. Elliot Larner, hands off. Trav Moore, he's got the first down. Doesn't get much more than that, but he only needed 1. He got, let's call it 3. Gets down to the 47 of East Lansing, first down.
Got just enough. Had the H-back, their fullback leading out there, number 7, Gavin Dussault, a senior. And Trav Moore went right behind him up through the hole.
Hurry up offense here. Elliot Larner in the gun. Abram Larner in the gun. Elliott's going to take it inside the 45, inside the 40. Gets down to the 39, maybe the 38. He's close to a first down.
Another 9 again. Owen Fortman with the tackle. But Fortman's in the second level.
And yes, we don't have any mystery players. We got updated rosters
Thankfully.
for both teams, thankfully. Second down and short. Elliot Larner in the gun. Fakes the handoff. Nope, they get the handoff. That's Abram Larner inside the 30, first down. That mesh point again, and Elliott held it, and then eventually gave it to Abram. Another big gain of 9. First and 10 from the East Lansing 30. Ball on the far hash mark.
DeWitt with an unbalanced line on that, too. They had a strong side to the right, and that's where they ran.
Panther formation again. Here's Trav Moore taking the direct snap from center. Far side, gets inside the 25-yard line to the 24, gain of 6. That's that Panther formation, which is a variation of the wing T and the single wing.
Yeah, it's closer to the single wing, but you're right.
Really, yeah. We got a stoppage here for a second.
They want to make sure they get the spot right.
Gain of 6. We're not sure what's going on here. Could it be some talking between the teams and the officials want to nip it in the bud?
Maybe a little early conversations going on. You're right.
2nd and 4 from the East Lansing 24. Ball on the far hash mark.
Referee still talking. Now they're ready to go.
Wishbone. Handoff. That's Trav Moore. Far side. Close to a first down. Going to depend on the spot. I think he's going to get it.
Mm-hmm.
DeWitt does like to run the wishbone in certain situations.
Well, switched up. You'll see the single wing, like you said, that Panther formation. You'll see the wishbone. You'll see the straight shotgun. You'll see a little bit of pistol. You see a little bit of everything.
Here is the Panther formation. Trav Moore. Handoff inside. Man, I'm confused. That guy lost. That was Abram. Handoff inside the 15 to the 12. I got to be honest with you. I was lost on that one.
Little misdirection play. They misdirected you. You didn't know where the ball was going.
Wasn't me, yeah.
Everybody started going right. He came back left and got the handoff. That's what it was.
Ball on the 13-yard line. Yes, ball on the 13-yard line. It's going to be 2nd down and 3. Trav Moore, direct snap. Going far side. Down close to the 10. Going to depend on the spot. Now it's going to be, looks like it's going to be 3rd and short. That was Trav Moore. Ball on the 10. The tail of the ball touching the 10. So it's on the 10. 3rd down and 1. Less than 1. 8:53 and counting. First quarter, first drive of the game. Wishbone behind Larner. Handoff. That's Trav Moore. He's got the first down.
Didn't need much.
Gets to the 7, it looks like. Trav Moore was the left tailback on that wishbone. There's a fullback and then another running back on the other side. That's the wishbone. You have one fullback and then you have 2 tailbacks behind the...
One, basically like the behind the left hip and the right hip,
yep,
essentially.
Exactly. All right, here we go. 1st and goal from the 7.
Pistol.
Elliott Larner, pistol formation. Handoff, Trav Moore. Inside the 5, down to the 3 maybe. And it'll be 2nd and goal. 8:18 and counting. DeWitt has not thrown a pass yet.
You haven't needed to.
Ball at the 3. Yes, they get down to the 3. Gain of 4. Handoff. Trav Moore again. Close to the end zone. Nope, just short. Inside the 1.
It's the 8th carry already for Trav Moore on this drive.
We had a feeling that Trav Moore was going to be more involved in this game. 3rd and goal from inside the 1. Wishbone behind Larner. Handoff, Trav Moore. Stopped at the line of scrimmage. We're going to wait and see.
It's going to be close.
Touchdown.
Yep.
Touchdown, Trav Moore. And DeWitt is up 6-0.
13 plays on that drive. All runs.
And yes, we are at East Lansing, but as we usually are at East Lansing, we're in the auxiliary booth behind the visitor's side. And that means you're going to hear the DeWitt fans going crazy. It's not a DeWitt home game. We're at East Lansing.
8th rushing touchdown of the season for Trav Moore.
Vincent Rose, number 28, in to kick the extra point. Low snap. It is up. It is good. So, with 7:35 to go in the first quarter, it's DeWitt 7. East Lansing, nothing. We'll take 30 and come back on the game, 7:30 AM WVFN and the Lansing Sports Network.
Shop Macy's VIP sale, going on now. Use your coupon or Macy's card and take an extra 30% off the latest fall trends from designers that rarely go on sale. And save 15% off skincare, makeup, fragrances, and more. Plus, shop fall specials for even more great deals on top brands at Macy's. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
WVFN.
Palmbos and Erik back here at Lynn C. Adams Stadium. Travmore finishes off a long, 13-play drive, Doc?
13 plays.
Travmore, a 1-yard touchdown run. And DeWitt's up 7-0. Vincent Rose kicking off. Left-footed kicker. That was a good job by the holder. It was a low snap, Doc, on that extra point. Was able to get it set for Rose to knock it through.
8:57 left in the first. Portland 7, Lansing Catholic nothing.
Rose kicks off. It is high. It is short. It is taken by East Lansing at the 35-yard line.
It was number 30, Caden Veltman.
So East Lansing's going to have good field position themselves at the 35-yard line. And we'll see what quarterback Ben Fletcher can do with this offense. It's a potent one, just like DeWitt.
They also lean heavily on the run game with Jace Clarizio and then his backup DeWitt Sams Jr.
But they can throw the ball too.
Absolutely. They got some good wide receivers. Can they cut down on the penalties? That was a big thing for them against Grand Ledge a couple weeks ago when we saw them.
Fletcher in the shotgun, a wing on the left, 2 wide receivers left. Clarizio next to him in the gun. Oh, bad snap. Clarizio picks it up, and he's going to do the best he can with it, and he's going to go around the left side, and he's going to get close to a first down. And that's just talent.
And speed, man. It's speed.
Man, it was a bad snap. It was to the right of Fletcher, and then when he tried to give it to Clarizio, it was dropped, fell on the ground. Clarizio
he struggled to pick it up right away, too.
Didn't pick it up immediately, but then he did, and he just took it, ran around the left side, and got a first down. No, he didn't get a first down.
He got 8 yards.
He got 8 yards. That's still really good.
Got 8 yards on what could have been a negative yard play.
2nd and 2. 7:25 to go, first quarter. 7-0 DeWitt as they scored on their first drive. Fletcher in the gun. Man in motion. They throw it out to Clarizio. This will be a running play, and he's tackled behind the line of scrimmage. That's number 2. That's Trav Moore.
Nope, 6.
Sorry, number 6. That's Charlie Winson. Number 7, Gavin Dussault was there as well. Behind the line of scrimmage, that's a loss of 4 yards? 5 yards? 5 yards. And that does go as a running play. That was a lateral.
Mm-hmm.
So 3rd and long here. Fletcher in the gun. This is, you would think, an obvious passing down. 3 wide receivers left, 1 to the right. Fletcher in the gun. Dropping the throw. Looking, throws it over left side. It is incomplete. He was looking for number 7. That's Owen Fortman. Had a man right on his back. Incomplete pass, and it'll be 4th down.
A quick 3 and out for East Lansing.
Not what they were looking for.
That last snap was to the right as well.
Second time that's happened.
For Fletcher. He had to kind of go off to his right and haul it back in. And it might have thrown off his throwing motion just a little bit, or at least it threw off the motion of the play.
Isaiah Armstrong back to punt, standing on his own 24-yard line.
Trav Moore, Abram Larner back there for this punt.
They're back standing at their own 30-yard line, whistle and a flag. False start, East Lansing.
Well, just touched on that. Penalties were a major issue for them in that Grand Ledge game 2 weeks ago.
Going to be 4th and long. Trav Moore, Abram Larner. Now they move up 5 yards, up to the 35-yard line. DeWitt, unless this is a really good punt, is going to have good field position. Good starting field position, I should say. Armstrong standing back at his own 19-yard line. Snap is good. Gets the kick away. And it's a good kick. Back to the 30-yard line. That's Larner. Abram Larner, 30. Stutter steps, 35, 40. Gets away from a defender. Now he's taken down at the 43-yard line. Just about where they started the last drive.
Yep. Good punt, but better return.
Yep. Good punt. 15-yard return. First drive started at their own 42. This one at their own 43. Let's see what adjustments, if any, East Lansing makes here. Because DeWitt just went right down the field and scored. They had a couple of third down conversions, including the third and goal play. But
it wasn't easy every time, but it was nevertheless a very consistent drive.
Elliott Larner in the gun. Trav Moore next to him in the gun. A wing on the right. Now Trav Moore goes in motion. Rolling out to the left. Larner, he's going to run. 45, 50. Oh, he juked a man. He's got a first down into East Lansing territory. Man, he just juked a guy right at midfield.
That broken tackle is what did it. That's how we got the first down. It's a gain of 17.
They're going to mark him down at the East Lansing 40. Ball on the near hash. Going from right to left here in this first quarter. 6:17 to go first quarter. Shotgun here for Elliott Larner. Fakes the pitch to Trav Moore. Going to take it himself. Taken down after a short game by Isaiah Armstrong, number 9 for EL. Not much of a gain. Gain of 2, it looks like. Yep. Down at the 38-yard line. Nice job by the East Lansing defense. Go ahead.
I'd say the play before they had snuffed out what was going to be. It was going to be a swing pass out there to the running back, but just a better job by Elliott Larner to make a play. That one, they did a good job of not allowing the pitch out to the running back and force the quarterback to keep it go back to where all the defenders were.
Larner in the gun. Trav Moore, no, fake. Now Elliott Larner's got it. He's inside the 30 to the 29-yard line. I think there's a flag down.
Yeah, something came down at the snap. So I wonder if it's an illegal formation, because they would have stopped it if it was offside.
Right, or a false start. I think this one's on DeWitt.
I think somebody might have been covered up or somebody wasn't covered up properly or whatever it might have been, if it is an illegal formation. It is, yep.
First penalty on DeWitt. Legal procedure. It'll be second down and about 8 from the 43-yard line. No, 13, I'm sorry.
Yeah, they haven't updated the scoreboard. There it is.
Second and 13. 5:30, 5:29 to go first quarter. DeWitt up 7-0. Larner in the gun. Drops straight back to throw. His first passing attempt. Throws high, throws deep, double coverage, incomplete. He was looking for his twin brother, Abram, but he was double covered there. Would have been needed to be a perfect pass, Doc, for that to work, and it wasn't.
Yeah, the corner was in good coverage with the receiver, and then the safety came over to help over the top, and the pass was just a little bit too far. Maybe the wind affected a little bit. The wind was to his back, and it did kind of push it out that way. Yep. And there was a tad bit of pressure coming from East Lansing. I think it was one of the linebackers, Jake Carnegie.
So now it's third down and long. Confidence-wise, this would be a huge stop for East Lansing if they could get it. Shotgun formation, Elliott Larner. 3 wide receivers. Fake handoff. Now he's going to throw it out to the right. It is caught at the 32-yard line. That's Abram Larner. It's going to be short of a first down to the 33-yard line. Yep, 33-yard line. And it's going to be fourth down and about 3. And if I know Coach Zim, I think he's going to go for it here.
I was going to say, depending upon you're talking about maybe East Lansing getting a stop on that play. If DeWitt picked up a significant amount of yards on third down, They're probably going to go for it. Well, they're going to call a timeout and think about it.
Yep. Well, they're going to try to figure out what they're going to do here. So DeWitt's going to take their first timeout, and they take it right here.
That was a great pass. I was going to say real quick, it was right on the money, too, because there was a defender there in the way.
Sure was. Jeff and Chris Metz, Doubting Industries, we thank them for sponsoring us all season long. We're always at Doubting Industries, they're always interested in individuals that have the drive and desire to be successful in work and in life. Check them out at doubtingindustries.com. You may find a successful future here. And by Megan Zemer and her great staff at the Lansing Sports Commission. No matter the sport, the Lansing Sports Commission can make your next event your best event. Plan on something greater. Find out details at lansingsports.org. 7-0 DeWitt. 4:45 to go first quarter. We got a 4th and 3 for DeWitt. Ball on the far hash mark, and DeWitt at least is going to line up to go for it.
They got to get to the 30.
It's too far for a field goal. It'd be a 50-yard field goal. That's too far. Even though you got the wind at your back. The wind is going from right to left here. Really more like northeast to southwest, it looks like right now. And they're going to line up to go for it anyway. Panther formation around Elliott Larner. Handoff. That's Trav Moore, and I think he's got it.
Yeah,
the last little lean, Doc.
Yep, second effort got it for him.
Needed 3, got 4. 1st and 10 at the 29-yard line.
Able to squirt through 2 defenders and just reach the ball
there.
out. Yeah,
there was not much there, but he was able, like you said, to squirt through and get 4 yards.
It was a pretty good stand at the most, for the most part for East Lansing, but just better effort by Trav.
Elliott Larner, Panther formation. Inside handoff, reverse jet sweep handoff. That's Abram Larner, and he gets inside the 25 to the 24-yard line. Gain of 5.
It's one of those misdirection plays out of that single wing Panther look, whatever you want to call it.
Reverse jet sweep. That was interesting. Now here it is again. Trav Moore's going to take it himself. He's inside the 20. He's close to the 15-yard line. I think they'll mark him at the 16 where he gets pushed back there. East Lansing trying to yank the ball out. Unsuccessful, but it's going to be another first down for DeWitt. Gain of 8. Down to the 16-yard line. Well, the DeWitt stat crew and Coach Rob Zimmerman told me in the pregame that they wanted to get Trav Moore involved. Yeah, I'd say he's been involved so far.
Yeah, he's got 11 carries already.
3:50 to go. Here's Trav Moore again, taking the direct snap from center. Inside the 15 far side, down close to the 10, and it'll be second down. Let's see where they mark it here. At the 11, so get 5 yards on that one. 3:32 and counting. First quarter. Second down and 5. Power set behind Larner. Gives Abram Larner. Inside the 10, down to the 5-yard line, and that's going to be first and goal. Wasn't a wishbone set, but it was more of a power eye set.
Mm-hmm.
First and goal DeWitt from the 5-yard line. 3:13 and counting first quarter. All DeWitt so far. Here's Elliott Larner taking a direct snap from center. Inside the 5, close to the 1. Now they're going to mark him down at the 2. Second down and goal from the 2. Now they're going quick again. Power set. Elliott Larner takes it, gets into the end zone, touchdown. Touchdown DeWitt.
Running right behind that H-back again every time. If you look, find where Gavin Dussault is, number 7, they're probably going to run that direction.
2 yards on the touchdown, and it's 13-0 DeWitt. 2:45 to go here in this first quarter.
12th rushing touchdown for Elliott Larner on the season.
Vincent Rose on to kick the extra point. Left-footed kicker. Better snap from center here. The kick is up. The kick is good. All DeWitt so far. DeWitt 14. East Lansing nothing. Doc will keep it right here. Try to give you some other scores here.
2:12 left in the first. Manchester 16, Leslie 6. 14-0 Portland. 1:57 left in the first quarter.
Tigers and White Sox scoreless in the 4th inning.
Okay.
You can listen to that game on 1240 WJIM, our sister station.
Or you can watch it and then listen to us.
Preferably. Just wild watching and listening to the Tigers. Just an incredible run.
What? 9 of their last 10.
15-4 in their last 19 games.
Yeah. And what are they, like 31-12 or something like that? And
46. They were 39-48 at one point. It's just amazing.
Like early August looked like, well, that's it. Season's over.
Yeah, they sold at the deadline, yeah. And all of a sudden they're playing their best baseball. Here's another high short kick taken by East Lansing. It was fair caught by Nevian Yarborough, number 10. He'll take it at the 41, 42-yard line. No, even better than that, 44-yard line. And Doc, he smartly put his hand up to say, hey, I'm going to fair catch this. Neither team kicking the ball deep here so far.
No, they're keeping it away from the returners.
2:45 to go first quarter. And if you're East Lansing, got to score here.
Yeah, you got to get some points on this one. You hate to say that with 2:45 left in the first quarter.
But you haven't stopped DeWitt yet.
No. 2 drives, 2 touchdowns.
3 wide receivers to the left in a diamond formation. Triangle, actually. Now they go in motion, and now they reset. Wide receiver to the right, Clarizio behind Fletcher. Pitch out, Clarizio. Goes right side, 45, runs over a man into DeWitt territory, and he steps out of bounds just short of the first down. Official was right on it, Doc. It's a gain of 9. Could have been more, but the right foot stepped out of bounds.
He made that cut. He ran somebody over and then made a cut and tried to come back to the inside. And he had a lot of green out there, too. But like you said, his toe hit that white.
Official was right on the call. Good call. It'll be second down and a long one at the DeWitt 47. 2:38 to go first quarter. Fletcher in the shotgun. 2 wide receivers left, 2 to the right. Clarizio next to him in the gun. Dropping the throw. Fletcher throws it out to the left. That's Duarte Sams Jr. He's got a first down inside the 40, down to the 35-yard line, taken down far side right in front of the East Lansing bench. Good, safe screen pass, Doc. First and 10 from the DeWitt 35. Their first down of the game, 2:20 and counting first quarter. I formation behind Fletcher. Dropping to throw. Throws it out to the right. Taken there, number 7. That's Owen Fortman, and a nice tackle there by number 17, Ian Sozaby, a junior, ankle tackle, and it's a good thing he did, because if he had not tackled him, it would have been a touchdown.
Yes, but only 3 yards out of it instead of, a 35-yard touchdown.
You know what? That's good football all the way around.
Mm-hmm.
Good pass. Fletcher's figuring that his guy can beat the other guy and get away from him and get a lot of yards, but a good tackle on defense. Good football all the way around. Fletcher under center. Handoff, Clarizio. Left guard, gets inside the 25, close to the 24. First down, East Lansing. 1:28 to go first quarter. Tail of the ball touching the 25. That's a first down.
And Clarizio with the spin move got away from a defender and then fought his way forward.
1:22 and counting first quarter. Fletcher, pistol formation. Let's try that again. Pistol formation, Clarizio behind him. Man in motion, handoff Clarizio, right side, 25. Inside the 20, breaks a couple of tackles. This is a touchdown. Touchdown, Jace Clarizio and East Lansing. 25 yards.
He did nearly all that himself, too.
Wasn't a lot of blocking, but he is so talented, he just gets away from people.
A combination of power and speed, Brock. That's what you want under your backs.
And it's 14-6 DeWitt with 56 seconds to go in the quarter.
DeWitt had guys there to make tackles.
They did.
They just couldn't.
Isaiah Armstrong. When's the last time you've seen 2 left-footed kickers?
In the same game?
In the same game.
Doesn't happen often.
We got it here because Isaiah Armstrong's going to come on and kick the extra point to try to make it 14-7. Snap is good. Placement down, not very good. The kick is up and no good.
Oh, he pushed it.
Pushed it to the left, but it was a bad hold, Doc.
Yeah. That could be a key later on in the ball game.
So 56 seconds to go in the first quarter. It's DeWitt 14, East Lansing 6. Good snap, bad hold, and then that messed up the kick. Let's work the Twitterverse here and see if we can get some scores here.
Nice response by East Lansing.
Yeah, it was almost mandatory. Isaiah Armstrong will kick off. I think it's too early for an onside kick, is it?
It's probably going to be another squibber.
I think so, too.
Since no one's kicking to the return men.
Nope.
For either team.
Because both teams have absolutely lethal return men.
Mm-hmm. End of first, Grand Ledge 3, Waverly nothing.
Here's the kick. It is high. It is deep. It is taken inside the 5-yard line. Out to the 10, out to the 15. That's Trav Moore. And taken down just out over the 20-yard line. They kicked it deep. Good coverage by East Lansing.
We just said they're not kicking in the returners. They do it anyway. But like you said, great coverage by the Trojans. And for both teams, the worst starting field position so far.
Yep. They'll mark him down at the 21-yard line. Ball on the near hash mark. Elliott Larner in the shotgun. Trav Moore next to him. Elliott Larner on a wing. They're in a tight formation. They got him. They're a man short right now.
DeWitt's only got 10 guys.
Now number 19.
Caden
Reynolds. He's out there now. Here we go.
Single wing.
Single wing. Elliott Larner's going to take it himself around the right side. He's got a first down and a lot more. 35-40. 45 into East Lansing territories. Pushed out of bounds and a late flag.
I'm going to tack on.
Probably 15 yards. Late hit out of bounds. We think.
It's a 30-yard run.
They say he went out of bounds at the 49
of EL. Yep, personal foul. Late hit. So 30-yard run, tack 15 on it.
.34-yard line. Yep. 1st and 10 from the East Lansing 34. They were on their own 21. One play later, they're at the East Lansing 34. Yeah. 41 seconds to go in the quarter. 3 wide receivers left. Elliott Larner in the gun. I believe that's Trav Moore next to him in the gun. And Trav Moore's going to get the handoff. Gets inside the 35. Not much there. He squirms away from a couple of defenders. Runs over another guy inside the 30. Inside the 20. 10, 5, touchdown. What a run by Trav Moore.
Wow. There's a flag. Hold on. There's a flag downfield.
Legal holding downfield. Not, if this is against DeWitt, it's too bad because that was an incredible run by Trav Moore.
Yards after contact. 33 yards basically at the start if this stands. Touchdown is good.
Touchdown is good. Personal foul
on DeWitt.
So what was that? 34 yards?
34. But seriously, that was like 33 yards after contact.
Incredible run by Trav Moore. 34-yard touchdown. It's 20-6. Vincent Rose on for the extra point. 28 seconds to go in the first quarter. Snap is good. Placement down. Kick on the way. Looks good. Is good. And with 28 seconds to go in the first quarter, it's DeWitt 21. East Lansing 6. And it took them about 20 seconds to get downfield?
Roughly, yeah.
Amazing. We knew this DeWitt offense was good, but that run by Trav Moore may be the run of the year so far.
Yeah.
Well, Coach Zim told me in the pregame, he said, we got to get Trav more involved. Well, his first quarter, I'd say that he is.
14 carries.
2 touchdowns.
Some guys get 14 carries in a game.
Even at the pro level.
Yeah.
Oh, beautiful sky here tonight. If you're listening in the Lansing area, take a look outside right now.
Yeah, look to the west, man.
Although, take a jacket for when it gets dark.
Yeah, it does cool down.
It will cool down. Hey, it's late September.
Yep. Warmer than it should be during the day, normally.
Yeah, above normal temperatures.
Correct.
Yeah. No complaints from me. I know you like cooler weather.
I do
You
like
said that
cooler
before.
weather, yeah.
All right, here's the kick. High and deep, and it's taken at the 7-yard line. Fumbled there, taken by East Lansing. Out over the 15, out over the 20, 25, 30. Taken down about the 33-yard line. That's number 12. That's Carvante Shepard. It'll be 1st and 10, East Lansing. 20 seconds to go in the first quarter. 34-yard line, that's where they'll start. Good field position here for EL.
Early in the second quarter, St. John's 21, Williamston 7.
If they win that game next week, one of the games we are considering for the game 730am.com, Mason at St. John's next week for the lead in the CAAC Red. That's one of the games we're considering. Fletcher dropping to throw. Throws it out to the left, and he throws it into his own bench.
Yep, he threw the ball away because both receivers out there on the left side were well covered.
2nd and 10 from their own 34. 16 seconds to go in the first quarter.
It's a heads-up play by the quarterback, Fletcher. Don't want to force something.
But you're in the pocket. You can't just throw it wherever.
Yep,
you got to throw it in the vicinity of receivers, and
he did. Yep. One guy went deep. One guy was short. He threw it to the guy towards the short.
2nd and 10, East Lansing. Fletcher under center. Clarizio offset eye, deep back. Handoff, Clarizio. Left side, 35, the 37-yard line. Gain of 3. It's going to be 3rd and 7. And that's going to be the last play of the first quarter. Pretty much all DeWitt here in the first quarter of play. They lead at 21-6 on a couple of Travmore touchdowns. We'll have the second quarter coming up after this on the game 730 AM WVFN and the Lansing Sports Network. It's DeWitt 21, East Lansing 6. And it's brought to you by Dowding Industries and by the Lansing Sports Commission.
Shop Macy's VIP sale going on now. Use your coupon or Macy's card and take an extra 30% off the latest fall trends from designers that rarely go on sale. And save 15% off skincare, makeup, fragrances, and more. Plus, shop fall specials for even more great deals on top brands at Macy's. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Palmbos, Erik, Doc Love back here at East Lansing High School. 12 minutes around the clock, getting set to start the second quarter. East Lansing has the ball, 3rd down at their own 37, 38-yard line.
38?
Yeah, I guess they gave him 4. Yep, they gave him 4. Clarizio 4 on that last carry. So,
I think if this 3rd down, if you're close within 1 or 2 yards, you got to go for it, even though it's in your own territory.
You're up close to midfield, but more importantly, you have not been able to stop DeWitt so far. DeWitt's had the ball 3 times. Yes, they had to convert a 4th down on one of the drives, but they haven't stopped him yet.
Nope. There's been a couple of big plays, too, so you got to...
That run by Travmore, man.
Yeah.
That was awesome. Fletcher in the gun. Clarizio next to him. Clarizio in motion. Fletcher dropping to throw. Feeling pressure. Throws over the middle. Caught. And it's going to be a 1st down.
Wow.
That's to number 18, Isaiah Lott. Almost a mandatory 1st down. And he was tightly covered. That's a nice throw over the middle, like a little look-in pass to the tight end.
And Fletcher had to get rid of it quickly, too, because DeWitt was bringing the pressure.
Yep. 1st down, East Lansing at their own 45.
Great catch by Isaiah Lott. Like you said, a defender right on it, too.
In a tight area, yeah. 21-6 DeWitt. Fletcher in the gun. 3 wide receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Now they're moving out. Clarizio. And now we got 2 flags. Clarizio's running. He catches it on the right. Now he goes far left, and he's going to try to outrun everybody. This play's not going to count, and he's blasted out of bounds at about the 25-yard line. No flag on that as he was hit hard, but in bounds. But we've got flags down.
I think that was Charlie Windsor again with a big hit.
Hey, it was in the field of play. It was legal.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see what the flag is.
East Lansing had too many guys going in motion. Clarizio left too early. The play would have worked if he'd have waited a split second.
Legal shift.
Yep.
East Lansing. Second penalty of the game.
Had two guys moving at the snap, so.
That'll be a 5-yard penalty.
But it wipes out a huge run by Clarizio.
Second penalty for them for 10 yards. DeWitt's got one penalty for 5 yards. They had offsetting unsportsmanlike penalties on the last DeWitt touchdown by Trav Moore. 11:20 to go in the first half. 21-6 DeWitt. DeWitt's had the ball 3 times. They've scored 3 touchdowns. This is the third possession for East Lansing. Pistol formation, Ben Fletcher. 3 wide receivers, 2 to the right, 1 to the left. Clarizio next to him in the gun. Now man comes in motion. Now goes back. Dropping to throw. Nope, going to hand off to Clarizio. 40, 45, 50. He's going to have a first down into DeWitt territory at the 44.
Counterplay. He just picks his way through the defenders and finds a couple of different seams. Got 16 out of it.
Needed 15, got 16. Ball at the 44-yard line of DeWitt.
Clarizio going to get a breather. Daryl Jeter comes in.
Duarte Sams is also in the game. Maybe the best backup running back in the entire state. He's the single back, 3 wide receivers, extra tight end in the game. Handoff, Sams. Gonna break away, 40, 35, 30. He's got a first down, and he's hit out of bounds inside the 25. Taken down there by number 11, Jaden Bender. First and 10 EL.
23 yards on that? Yeah.
His first carry of the game, Sams.
He broke a couple of tackles.
He would start for a number of teams, almost everybody in this area. Now he got a stoppage in play, and DeWitt's going to take a timeout.
I mean, anybody would take him on their roster, that's for sure.
So when we get back from this timeout, no, we'll keep it right here, but it'll be first and 10 from the 21-yard line.
That's quite the running back core between those two guys.
White Sox Tigers, scoreless in the 5th.
Okay.
Even though the White Sox are terrible, playing their best baseball of the season are the White Sox, believe it or not.
10 minutes left in the first half. St. John's 21, Williamston 14. .807 left in the first half. Manchester 16, Leslie 12. First quarter, Everett 7, Grand Blanc nothing.
Bronson leading Maple Valley 6-0. Early second quarter.
Olivet's up 36-0 right now. But I don't know who they're playing. I'd have to double check that.
They're at Eaton Rapids.
Okay, all right, there you go.
Struggle for Eaton Rapids.
Yep.
Had success when Mike Smith coached there. Best seasons ever. 21-6 here. DeWitt leading East Lansing. Ben Fletcher in the shotgun. That's Sams next to him in the shotgun. 3 wide receivers, 2 left, 1 to the right. Inside handoff, that's a jet sweep handoff. That's number 10, Yarbrough. And he's tackled on the far side, Doc.
I think that was a pass, actually. It was a forward pitch, wasn't it?
Or was it a forward handoff?
It was a forward pitch.
Okay, well, then that's a forward pass. Down to the 21-yard line. It'll be second down and 9. 10-16 and counting first half. When we get to halftime, we'll get to scores and highlights. Well, scores and analysis. Well, we got stats, too, and we'll have This Week in High School Sports with John Ross. Now both. Nope, offset eye. Sam's is in the back. Sam's is the deep back. Offset eye
is the fullback.
Sam's gets it. He's going to stutter step, get outside, inside the 20, and gets out of bounds at about the 17-yard line. It's going to create a 3rd and short.
They got him to the 16.
Sotheby knocked him out. Give him 5, so it'll be 3rd down and 5, and you would think, given the way this game is going, 2 downs to make 5 yards.
Yeah, pretty much everything's a 4 down.
You will be removed from the stadium.
$9:47 to go. Fletcher under center. Sam's the deep back. Handoff. Sam's goes right side. Stutter steps. Gets inside. And it's going to depend on the mark. I think he's going to get a good mark. It's going to be a 1st and goal.
Yep. Needed to get to the 11, and he got to the 10.
One of the Larners got the stop.
I think. Yes.
See where they mark it.
The line judge over here
right
says
on the tail of the ball's touching the 10-yard line. So they got to go the full 10 yards to get a touchdown. Sam's is still in there. Just might be giving him a drive here.
Well, Clarizio was out there for a couple plays. Remember, he had the long play, and then he got the penalty, brought him back. Then he got the next carry, and then he came out. He looked a little winded after that one. They bring Jay Carnegie in again for the fullback.
9:18 and counting, first half. 21-6, DeWitt. I formation behind Fletcher. Wide receiver to the left, that's Fortman. Handoff, that's Sam's. Right side. Down close to the 5, squirms inside the 5, and it's going to be 2nd and goal.
He got down to the 4. He spun away from a defender.
Sam's comes out. I think that's Clarizio coming back in, number 0.
Yep.
Ball at the 4, gain of 6. Nice job by DeWitt Sam's on this drive. Really an unsung hero on this East Lansing squad and has been for 2 years now. Clock running, 8:36, 8:35 in the 2nd quarter. Offset eye to the right behind Fletcher. Wide receiver to the left, that's Fortman. Same formation as last time. Handoff Clarizio. Tackled in the backfield. Gets away again. Touchdown East Lansing.
DeWitt had a chance.
Talent.
Charlie Windsor had him in the backfield, and Clarizio just got out of that tackle.
From 4 yards out, and it's 21-12 DeWitt with 8:21 to go in the quarter.
More of that combination of power and speed, Brock.
And is East Lansing going to go for 2 to try to make up for that missed extra point? Let's wait and see.
It's awfully early for it, but
you don't want to be chasing points this early.
Yeah.
And they are. They're going to line up to go for 2.
Duarte is back out there.
Shotgun formation. Ball to the left of center. Now man goes in motion. That's B.J. Wyndham. Rolling to the right. Throwing out to the right. Caught. 2 points.
Wyndham got it.
B.J. Wyndham went in motion. Roll out to the right to the wide side of the field. He caught it. And the 2-pointer is good. They make up for the missed extra point. And so with 8:21 to go in quarter number 2, it's DeWitt 21. East Lansing 14. We'll take 30 and come back on the game, 7:30 a.m. WVFN and the Lansing Sports Network. Brought to you by the Lansing Sports Commission and by Jeff and Chris Metz and Dowding Industries.
Shop Macy's VIP sale going on now. Use your coupon or Macy's card and take an extra 30% off the latest fall trends from designers that rarely go on sale. And save 15% off skincare, makeup, fragrances, and more. Plus, shop fall specials for even more great deals on top brands at Macy's. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
WVFN Lansing Sports Leader.
Palmbos, Erik, Doc Love. It's 21-14. DeWitt over East Lansing. 8:21 to go in the second quarter. Just what we hoped we'd get here. Lots of points, lots of big plays. Here's the kick. High and deep and into the end zone. Nice job by Isaiah Armstrong. So now DeWitt's going to take over at their own 20-yard line. But, geez, last time it only took them 2 plays to get from their own 21 deep into East Lansing territory. That's how explosive the DeWitt offense is.
Part of it was aided with a penalty, but nevertheless, it was still a long run. They got them there.
DeWitt going from left to right here in this quarter. Almost completely dark here. We are past dusk, but it's not 100% dark out yet here at 7:48 Eastern time.
Wait till we fall back.
That's another month away.
Dark at 5.
Yeah, no kidding. Larner fakes the handoff, going to take it himself. Taken down at the 29-yard line. It's going to be second and short. Jay Carnegie on the stop for EL. Two wide receivers left, one to the right. Larner in the shotgun. Fakes the handoff, takes it himself. 30, 35, first down. Taken down there by number 99, Anthony Green and company. Owen Fortman in on the tackle. Gain of 6, first and 10, DeWitt. Going in a semi-hurry up here. 7:44 and counting here in the second quarter. DeWitt has 2 timeouts left. Now they pitch it out to Trav Moore. 35, 40, 45, and he's got another first down. Gain of 11. Taken down there by number 12, Carvante Shepard, but 11 more yards for Trav Moore.
Good read by Elliot Lerner to watch the end. The end collapsed.
Gain of 12, actually. They get it to the 47.
Anthony Green, he went for the quarterback, and that allowed for Elliot to pitch out to Trav.
Elliot, pistol, inside handoff. That's Abram Larner into East Lansing territory to the 46. Gets away. First down, 40, 38-yard line. Well, he got about 7 of those yards himself. He should have been taken down right at the marker, but he got about 5 yards himself. And then we got an East Lansing player down. It's going to be first and 10 here for DeWitt, and that's number 3.
It's Grover Patterson.
He's a junior on this East Lansing squad. 7:19 to go first half, 21-14 DeWitt. This is the 4th possession for DeWitt. They have scored a touchdown on the first 3 possessions.
Patterson was part of that grouping where the tackle was made. I wonder if maybe something happened.
Here's a bit of a surprising score here. 8-man football. Morris leading Fulton 16-0 at the half.
Wow. Halftime, Portland 21, Lansing Catholic nothing.
Man, Portland. They've got explosive weapons. They don't have like these 2 teams have, but telling you, for Division 5.
Yeah, they scored with 7.3 seconds left in the second quarter. Dominic Navarro to Caden Dickerson from 6 yards.
Patterson's on his hands and knees right now, being helped by the. Now he's sitting down. The East Lansing staff out there.
4:44 left in the half. Leslie 19, Manchester 16. So Leslie's was down, and now they're leading. This is something East Lansing fans don't want to see. They've had a lot of guys going down in games recently.
And yes, I was told by Bill Farraco that James Blue, the kid that was seriously hurt a couple of weeks ago, might play next week for East Lansing.
Which is great news.
Which he told me that he was in a helmet and uniform and shorts. Just he was watching. They're just kind of gradually bringing him back.
Grover Patterson up on his feet, walking slowly off the field. That's good to see. Any score on that Tigers-White Sox game?
Scoreless, bottom of the 5th, but the Tigers have 2 on and nobody out.
Okay. Win tonight and they're in.
Probably, if they get in, they'll be either at Baltimore or Houston. still to be determined. Man, tight formation here. Tight Panther formation. Elliott Larner, inside handoff. No, he's going to take it himself. Inside the 40. Oh, he stumbled. The turf monster got him. And now we got a late flag. He got about, 3 or 4, a couple on that play at the 36. We got a late flag. Let's see what happened.
Trying to discuss exactly what happened. I thought he just got his feet tangled up with one of his teammates. Man, it's going to be holding.
Offense. Second penalty for DeWitt. It's going to be second and long here.
It's a spot penalty, too.
Or first and long, rather. Was not a dead ball play, not after the play. So it's going to be first and a whole bunch here.
It says 20. I think it's more about 21. I think the flag came behind the line of scrimmage.
It's going to be first and long. Clock running under 7 minutes to go in the first half. Larner fakes the handoff, takes it himself. Inside the 45 to the 44, maybe the 43. Owen Fortman, Isaiah Armstrong in on the tackle. It's going to be second and long. They'll give him, 5 on that play? Yep. Second down and 15 from the East Lansing 43. Tight formation again, tight Panther formation. Larner rolling out to the right, looking to throw. Now he's going to throw it off to the left, and it's incomplete. He was looking for
his brother,
Abram Larner. Went to the right, throw back to the left, but it was an inaccurate pass out of his reach, and it's third and long.
It's a dangerous pass to do like that. Throw across your body back into the middle of the field. Those get picked off a lot.
They tell you not to do that even in the NFL.
Yep. Coach Zimmerman would probably tell him, just run the ball and get what you can on that play. Don't try and make something crazy down the field like that.
DeWitt has 1 timeout left in this half. Coach Zim likes to use his timeouts if necessary in the first half. East Lansing has all 3. Big play here for the East Lansing defense, and we got a whistle, and I think East Lansing's going to take a timeout.
Yep. They saw the formation and wanted to talk about it.
So East Lansing takes their first timeout of the half. They have 2 remaining. As I said, DeWitt has 1 timeout left. And so with 6:27 to go in the first half, it's DeWitt 21, East Lansing 14. We got a third and 15 coming up here. Oh, let's see if the Tigers scored. We'll get you an ID here in just a couple of minutes here. Tigers scored.
Nice.
2-0 Tigers, bottom of the 5th. Jake Rogers scored on a wild pitch, and Matt Vierling sacrificed home Parker Meadows.
Awesome.
And with just 1 out. And there's a runner on third. So they could score some more.
Awesome.
Once again, folks, you already know this, but I just can't mention it enough. If the Tigers win, they get a wild card spot in the American League. First time in the playoffs since 2014.
I'd love to face Baltimore. Just played them real well.
Honestly, not afraid of either Baltimore or Houston.
I mean, Houston a little bit better.
Playoff experience, I would go with that, yes.
What kind of formation is this?
Elliott Larner throws out to the right. That's Abram Larner. 40, 35, 30. Almost like a CFL formation.
That's what I was going to mention.
Except he did not run before the snap. He was like, my goodness, what? He was 20 yards behind the line of scrimmage here on the near side. As soon as the ball was snapped, ran forward. Elliott dropped to throw and threw it out on a screen pass to Abram. 1st and 10 at the 24-yard line. Inside handoff. That's Abram Larner again. We got a flag down. This is probably coming back. He gets down to the 20-yard line.
East Lansing had 12 guys on the field. They were trying to make a substitution real quick, and the guy couldn't get off in time. He was still trying to run off the field, and then I saw the line judge over there throw a flag.
We're going to wait for the official signal.
Now we got a Panther down.
Number 74. Andrew
Rumsey.
He's a senior on this team, I think so.
No, junior.
No, junior, I'm sorry. Did you see an official signal? Because I didn't.
No, I think they were waiting
for the injured player.
First.
6:04 to go first half.
It's going to be too many men on the field for East Lansing.
And if you're DeWitt, you take that penalty, make it 1st and 5 instead of 2nd and whatever.
Correct.
We get close to the 8 o'clock hour. Want to let you know you're listening to your trusted source for high school sports coverage. The game, 7:30 a.m. WVFN. East Lansing, a town square media station. Brock Palmbush, Erik Doc Love here at Lynn C. Adams Stadium on the campus of East Lansing High School. This is Jeff Smith Field at Lynn C. Adams Stadium. Jeff Smith here tonight. Saw him early before we went on the air tonight. Rumsey being helped off the field.
Putting not as much weight on that right leg.
And it's an illegal substitution. 12 men on the field. They will take the penalty. Third penalty on the game for East Lansing for 15 yards. 6:04 to go, first half. Ball at the 19-yard line. Elliott Larner, handoff. Trav Moore, right side, inside the 20, hemmed in at about the 19. Good job by the East Lansing defense. It's going to be 2nd down and about 4.
They lost a yard.
Oh, they say he lost a yard. Wow.
Angle was a little bit off. I thought he picked up a yard or two.
I thought he did too. He actually did. They got him marked at it's the 20-yard line. They did lose a yard. Larner takes the snap. Up the middle. Whistle, flag. This is coming back.
Yep. Guys moving early for DeWitt.
Yep. This will be DeWitt's third penalty of the game. 3 penalties for 20 yards for DeWitt. 3 penalties for 15 yards for EL.
Not too bad. Coaches don't want to see it, obviously, but it hasn't become an issue yet.
Yeah, 4 or 5 penalties, that's okay.
Yes.
And you get more than that, then you're like, that's not acceptable. Abram Larner in motion. Elliott Larner throws out over the middle, and it's caught inside the 15. That was just a quick pass there. That was number 10. Jacob Scorfar, the junior tight end, just one of those quick look-in passes. It's the second time that's happened tonight. That's going to get a first down at the 11-yard line. And now we got an East Lansing player down. Carvante Shepard, number 12. Rolling around on the ground at about the 12-yard line. .502 to go, first half. DeWitt up 21-14.
We got cramping issues again.
Could.
They're stretching it out.
Tigers didn't score again. 2-0. They lead top 6.
Okay, all right.
Royals and the Braves, bottom 3, scoreless. I'm surprised they're playing in Atlanta with the hurricane going through.
Were they?
Royals are at the Atlanta Braves.
Are they at the Atlanta? I thought they were.
They are at Atlanta.
Okay.
Bottom 3, scoreless. Why does that affect the Tigers? Well, if the Tigers finish ahead of the Royals, if the Royals lose tonight, the Tigers go ahead of them. They would be the number 5 seed at this point.
Yep.
The Orioles and Twins play later in Minneapolis. And
so that should be.
If you're the Tigers, you want the Twins to win tonight to have any hope of hosting, which is still theoretically possible. Unlikely, but possible. 1st and 10 at the 11-yard line for DeWitt. 5:02 to go, first half. Clock running. Elliott Larner in the gun. Trav Moore next to him. Throws out to the left. That's caught. That's Abram Larner inside the 10, inside the 5, pushed out of bounds there, close to a first down. We'll see where they mark it.
East Lansing lucky to make that tackle. They had 3 offensive players out there to DeWitt. East Lansing only had 2 defenders.
They're going to mark him at the 3-yard line. Gain of 8. 2nd down and goal. Well, no, it's 2nd and 2, actually. They can get a first down. They throw it out to the left again. Same play, touchdown. That's an easy touchdown there. 4 yards out, Doc?
Yeah. Again, East Lansing only had 2 defenders out there for the same play.
4-yard touchdown, and it's 27-14 DeWitt.
Scored on every drive.
They've had the ball 4 times, and now we got a stoppage here. 4:17 to go in this half. And we're not sure what the delay is. Coach, go ahead.
I'll say 15th passing touchdown for Elliott Larner on the season, and the 9th receiving for Abram.
Vincent Rose on to kick the extra point. Here's the kick. Snap, good. Placement down, kick on the way. It is up. It's good. And so, with 4:26 to go in the second quarter, it's DeWitt 28, East Lansing 14. We'll take a timeout and come back on the game, 7:30 a.m. WVFN and the Lansing Sports Network. Brought to you by Dowding Industries and the Lansing Sports Commission.
Shop Macy's VIP sale, going on now. Use your coupon or Macy's card and take an extra 30% off the latest fall trends from designers that rarely go on sale. And save 15% off skincare, makeup, fragrances, and more. Plus, shop fall specials for even more great deals on top brands at Macy's. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Lansing sports leader, WVFN.
Brock Palmbos, Erik, Doc Love back at Lynn C. Adams Stadium. DeWitt has scored again, and Elliott Larner to Abram Larner, 4-yard touchdown pass has made it 28-14 DeWitt. Vincent Rose kicking off from his own 40. It's a squib kick down the middle, and it's taken inside the 20-yard line. 25. Going to the right side, taken down at the 25-yard line. That's number 12, Carvante Shepard, who's had to leave the game a couple of times due to injuries. Looked good on that play.
Pretty good coverage from DeWitt on that.
Good coverage from DeWitt. It'll be 1st and 10 from the 25 for EL. We'll have This Week in High School Sports coming up at the half, plus halftime stats and analysis, and we'll get the scores from around the mid-Michigan area, and yes, we'll keep you updated on the Tigers and White Sox. 2-0 Tigers, top of the 6th. Ben Fletcher in the gun. 3 wide receivers, 2 to the left, 1 to the right. That's Clarizio next to him in the gun. Now they're going to hand off. That is Clarizio. Trying to shake and bake. Gets away from one man. 30, 35. Knocked down at the 38-yard line. First down.
Delayed draw play.
Yep. Bender on the stop there for DeWitt. Gain of 13. 4:09 and counting. East Lansing has 2 timeouts left, so plenty of time here.
And they're looking to score, and then they get the ball to start in the third quarter as well.
That's what they want to do. They want to score with basically no time on the clock and then get the ball to start the third quarter. Clarizio, pitch out right. 35, 40, 42, 43, maybe the 44 far side. It's going to be second down and about 4. Gain of 5. They mark him at the 43. 3:34 and counting. You don't need to even go in a hurry up yet.
No. You might want to go a little quicker, but not too much.
It's got to be what East Lansing's thinking. Score with almost no time left on the clock, and then get the ball to start the third quarter with a chance to tie the game. Because they're thinking touchdown here. 3 wide receivers. Fletcher, handoff. Clarizio, up the middle. 45, close to a first down. He's going to be a little bit short at the 47-yard line. It'll be 3rd and 1. Taken down by the center of the DeWitt line. Whole slew of guys there.
Mm-hmm.
3rd down and 1, but it's basically 2 downs to make 1 yard, provided that they don't have a massive loss here. 2:46 now. 2:45 and counting. I just give it to Clarizio. I formation, Clarizio the deep back. And we got a whistle and the left tackle moved.
Yep. Well, it goes from 3rd and 1 to 3rd and 6.
Correct call. We could see that on our side.
Yep.
Line judge right on it. Huge penalty there. Sometimes those 5-yarders, they kill you.
Oh, yeah.
3rd down and 6. 2:30 to go. Now there's more urgency here for East Lansing.
You got to pick up the pace a little bit here.
2:23 and counting. I formation behind Fletcher. 2 wide receivers to the left. Handoff, Clarizio. Right side. Bounces outside. 1st down. Gets into territory right at the 50. 1st down, East Lansing.
I'm going to say the 49.
Yep, he does get into DeWitt territory at the 49. 2:12 to go. Now the clock stops.
Yep, now you can settle down a little bit.
You got plenty of time. You have 2 timeouts left. You don't want to score too quickly, but you got to score.
Yes. And you need a touchdown. You can't get a field goal.
No, the way DeWitt's moving the ball, no.
Field goals are inconsequential at this point of the ball game.
Maybe in the 4th quarter.
Maybe, depending on what the score is.
Right. But we'll see. 2:12 to go, first half. Clarizio, the deep back. He's the only back. Ace backfield here for EL. Handoff, fake handoff. Fletcher's going to roll out to the right. He throws it out to the right, and is it picked off? Picked off. Abram Larner picks it off at his own 40-yard line right in front of the East Lansing bench. And a massive turnover in this game.
24 actually.
It was 24?
Miller Wing.
Okay, I thought it was Larner.
There's a flag on the play. Is it after?
Unsportsmanlike conduct on DeWitt.
It's after the interception, though. Well, Fletcher tried to force it in there. Defender right on the receiver. And it didn't work out for him.
So now if you're DeWitt, you got 1 timeout with 2:06 to go. Oh, that's plenty of time.
Tons of time for them. They could score right away.
They have the ball at their own 25-yard line. That's 4 penalties on DeWitt for 35 yards. 4 penalties on East Lansing, 4 for 20. That's a huge penalty. Made it 3rd and 6.
It did.
Well, no, they got the first down.
They got the first down,
but
I'm
confused.
Nevertheless, first turnover of the ball game, and it could be the most costly one, obviously.
And if you're DeWitt, I keep being aggressive.
Oh, yeah.
Larner in the gun. Man in motion. Handoff up the middle. No, fake handoff. Throws out to the right. Caught. 30, 34-yard line. That's number 10. That's Jacob Scorfar. He's close to a first down. He does not get the first down. Gain of 9, it looks like.
A little RPO action.
148 and counting. Got to get the ball marked properly.
Got to go to the right hash mark.
Got to go to the right hash mark. The clock is running 141, 140. You know what? That doesn't hurt DeWitt all that much. Here's Larner. Elliott Larner. Inside handoff. Abram Larner. First down. Only needed 1, and he got 2 or 3 to the 37-yard line. And DeWitt's calling a timeout? Yes, they are.
Wow.
They're going to call their last timeout, Doc. Not sure I would use it here, but
I think you'd save it.
1:30 to go. Yeah, I would save it later on. 28-14 DeWitt. 1:30 left in the first half. DeWitt now out of timeouts. East Lansing has 2 timeouts left.
Halftime, St. John's 31, Williamson 14. It was 21-14, and St. John's put up 2 more touchdowns in the last 8 minutes of the first half.
One of the games we're considering next week, Mason at St. John's. It's been years since we've done a game at St. John's.
Yeah.
But that would be a huge game, and a homecoming for you, Doc.
Yep.
A proud St. John's Red Wing grad. No, I'm not going to say the year.
I'm not rooting for them. It's nice to have them have a good season.
Tigers 2, White Sox 1, end of the 6th.
Is that game on the south side?
No, it's in Detroit.
Okay, all right.
top 7. Gotta love these Big Ten rivalries. Washington at Rutgers.
Yep.
They're scoreless right now.
Oh, boy.
Larner throws out to the right. Caught. Trav Moore. 45, 50. Scoots inside. He's into East Lansing territory, and he's pushed out of bounds at the 49-yard line. Pushed out of bounds. They will give him credit for getting out of bounds, so it stops the clock with 1:21 left.
15 yards on that. First catch of the game for Trav.
Man. Oh, we got a penalty.
Oh, is this coming back?
Blindside block, they say.
Okay. So wipe out that
15-yard penalty.
Wipe out that first down.
That's 5 penalties for 50 yards on DeWitt. They're all the way back at the 21-yard line. If I'm DeWitt, I'm still being aggressive here.
Yes.
Here we go. Inside handoff. No, fake handoff. That's Elliott Larner going to the left. Throws out to the left. He's got a man there. Tipped out of bounds. Incomplete.
Looking for his twin brother.
Yep.
Pretty good coverage out there, too, by number 1, B.J. Wyndham.
It's going to be second and long. 2nd and 25. 1:13 left. From the 21. 2nd and 25. Larner in the gun. Inside handoff. No, he's going to fake it. Takes it himself. 25, 30, 34-yard line. Ooh. And it's going to be 3rd down and long.
Great shoestring tackle by Daryl Jeter.
Yep. And now what do we got?
East Lansing going to call timeout.
Maybe they can get the ball back. It will be 3rd and long with 1:02 left. You can certainly understand this timeout. East Lansing takes their 2nd timeout. They have 1 left.
It's 3rd down.
Yep. 3rd and long, 3rd and 12.
If you get a stop.
Call your last timeout.
Yep. Look for a punt.
Yep. Go for a punt block?
Maybe. It's risky.
It is risky.
You don't want to run into the punter.
No. Excuse me. And if I'm DeWitt, still be aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
Still try to get the first down.
I don't think they have any other setting but aggressive at this point. As good as this offense is.
And you know what? They're aggressive but not reckless.
No.
Ball at their own 34-yard line near hash. Going from left to right here. 1:02 left in the first half. Larner brings him out of the huddle. Pistol formation. Fakes the handoff, going to take it himself. He's get tackled behind the line of scrimmage. Good job by the defense. And, hey, that's a victory for East Lansing. That's the first time they've stopped DeWitt tonight. And they'll call their last time out. It's a loss of 1, back to the 40. And now if you're DeWitt, you have to punt here. There's no decision here. That's the only decision. 53 seconds to go.
And I could be wrong in my preparations, but has DeWitt only punted 2 times so far this season? 3 times. This will be the 3rd punt all year.
Wow.
If they punt the ball.
The great DeWitt stat crew, and they're terrific.
Sitting to our left, and yes, I did my stat. I get the emails from them every week.
This is the 3rd punt. Who's that? Is that Abram Larner back there? Nope.
No.
Sorry.
It's 18.
Oh, okay.
It's Brendan Mensing.
Oh, okay. Back to punt, standing at his own 23-yard. What'd you say, 3rd? This is the 3rd punt of the year.
3rd punt of the season, and we're, game 5?
56 seconds to go. Back to receive is B.J. Wyndham. Ball's kicked away from him. Gets a good East Lansing bounce, and it'll be downed at the 45-yard line. Not a very good punt. 21 yards on the punt. So East Lansing, even though they have no timeouts, have good field position at their own 45-yard line. 48 seconds to go.
Wind might have been a factor. It's picked up a little bit here. Look at the flag.
Yep. We are getting wind from Hurricane Helene. It's not like 40, 50 miles an hour. They wouldn't play in this. But it is going from what? Northeast to southwest. So East Lansing does have the wind right now. 48 seconds to go, and if you're East Lansing, got to try to score. Any points, really. Prefer a touchdown, but given this little time left, you'll accept a field goal in this situation. 48 seconds to go. Fletcher in the shotgun. Man in motion, that's Clarizio. Dropping the throw is Fletcher. Looking, throws it over the middle. That's caught. That's Owen Fortman, 45, into DeWitt. No! Oh, he got hit hard at the own 48-yard line. Wow. That was number 6.
Is that Charlie Windsor again?
Charlie Windsor laid him out at the 48-yard line.
Man.
24 seconds to go. Fletcher in the gun again. Dropping the throw. Feeling a little pressure. He's going to throw it deep, and it's behind the receiver. Man was open there. That's number 4, Daryl Jeter, and it's going to be 3rd down with 15 seconds to go.
DeWitt dodged a bullet on that one. 2 Panther defenders ran into each other. Daryl Jeter was wide open.
Throw was behind him.
But the pass wasn't there.
15 seconds left in the first half.
If that's a pass that is a little more accurate, he might run for a touchdown.
Ball at their own 48-yard line. It's 3rd down and long. Fletcher in the gun. Clarizio next to him. 4 wide receivers. Dropping the throw is Fletcher. Throws it out to the right. It's caught. 1st down. That's B.J. Wyndham, and he gets out of bounds at the 42-yard line. 8 seconds to go.
The 43, actually.
Does a good job of getting out of bounds.
Yeah.
Now you get try a quick. They're too far for a field goal, even with the wind in their favor.
Yeah. 8 seconds. Maybe 2 plays.
Maybe 2 plays, yeah.
DeWitt, you defend the boundaries.
Yes. Fletcher in the gun. Dropping to throw. Throws it high. Throws it deep. Intercepted. Intercepted by DeWitt. 25, 30, 35, 40, 45. Still going. 45. Taken down there. Time runs out. That's number 11. That's Jaden Bender with the interception. 2nd turnover of the game on East Lansing. And we have reached halftime. It's DeWitt 28, East Lansing 14 after 24 minutes of play. We'll have halftime stats and analysis when we get back. But now it's time for another edition of This Week in High School Sports with John Ross.
11 years and counting on the NFHS network and a wild shootout in DeWitt. I'm John Ross, and this is This Week in High School Sports, powered by the Michigan Achievement Scholarship. High school games from across Michigan at all levels have been broadcast on the NFHS network for more than 11 years now. That's more than 175,000 games from more than 600 high schools in the state. Last year alone, more than 50,000 events aired on the NFHS network. The oldest game available to watch on demand is from August 30th, 2013, a varsity football matchup between Adrian and Carleton Airport. The game Adrian won 26-7. In addition to tons of regular season contests, the NFHS network is home to MHSAA postseason events. This fall, the football, soccer, and volleyball playoffs are all available, as well as the cross-country and swimming and diving finals. In the winter, basketball, competitive cheer, gymnastics, ice hockey, and wrestling is all on, followed by baseball, lacrosse, soccer, softball, and track and field in the spring. Monthly and annual subscriptions are available, with a portion of your subscription fee going back to the school you designate. But you can watch any game from any high school in the country, including all past games that are available. Can't make it out to a game in person? Support your favorite school by watching them on the NFHS network. Go to NFHSnetwork.com to sign up and watch. It's time for Game Balls, when we highlight a trio of standout performances from the past week. First, Birmingham Groves' Teddy Abbott. He had 3 interceptions in one quarter, including a pick 6 and a 35-7 win over Rochester. Abbott becomes just the 4th player in MHSAA history with 3 interceptions in a single quarter. Okemos golfer Elena Lee, she fired a school record 64 to claim the individual medalist honors at the CAAC Open. She also helped her team to a school record team score and team title. And at Kingsford's Gavin Grondin, he had an 86-yard kickoff return for a touchdown as the Flivers knocked off Nagani, avenging last season's loss to the Miners.
Graduating seniors could qualify for a tuition-free skills certificate or associate degree through the new Community College Guarantee, no matter their GPA or your household income. Or if your child plans to attend a 4-year university or career school, the Michigan Achievement Scholarship Program has them covered. They could get up to $27,500 toward a bachelor's degree or up to $4,000 for career training. Complete the FAFSA to get started at mi.gov/achievement.
Our weekly Be the Referee feature takes a look at the fine art of officiating with registered official Paige Winnie.
Let's talk tennis, specifically the rules around the net. First, tennis nets are 42 inches high at the post and 36 inches high in the center, and nets measure 42 feet wide. Players and their equipment cannot touch the net during a point. However, a player's follow-through can cross over the net if the ball was to hit the correct side of the court. But no part of the follow-through can touch the net. Also, the ball must completely cross the net before it can hit. If your opponent hits a high lob and you are standing at the net ready to smash a return, you must wait until the ball is completely over the net before hitting it. Making contact with the net during a play or hitting the ball before it's over the net results in a loss of a point.
Thanks, Paige. Now more than ever, we need officials. If you're interested, please go to the MHSAA website now to register. If you like touchdowns and not a ton of tackling, then DeWitt versus Hurricane last Friday was the game for you. Hurricane made the 6.5-hour bus ride up from West Virginia to take on the Panthers, and when it was done, the record book needed work. DeWitt won 70-63. Yes, there were 19 total touchdowns scored in this one. That's a touchdown every 2.5 minutes. The game was tied 7 times, and there were 7 lead changes. Hurricane jumped in front on the game's first play, a 90-yard touchdown pass. DeWitt battled back to take a 21-20 lead after the first quarter. It was tied at 35 at half, tied at 49 after 3, and both teams had fourth quarter leads. DeWitt's Elliott Larner ran for 279 yards, a new school record, and 5 touchdowns. The 70 points is a new school record, set just 3 weeks after scoring 69 in a season-opening win against Hazlitt. And on the other end of the scoring spectrum last week, Midland Dow knocked off Bay City Western 3-2. You've been listening to This Week in High School Sports, powered by the Michigan Achievement Scholarship, a production of the MHSAA Network. Thanks for joining us. I'm John Ross, and we'll be back next week.
Shop Macy's VIP sale, going on now. Use your coupon or Macy's card and take an extra 30% off the latest fall trends from designers that rarely go on sale. And save 15% off skincare, makeup, fragrances, and more. Plus, shop fall specials for even more great deals on top brands at Macy's. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
WVFA.
Brock Palmbos, Erik, Doc Love back here at East Lansing High School. DeWitt leading East Lansing 28-14 after 24 minutes of play. Dowding Industries, we thank them for sponsoring us all season long. Jeff and Chris Metzen, Dowding Industries, recognizing the effort and commitment. Yeah, I can't even read my own handwriting, Doc. No surprise there. Dowding Industries recognizes the effort and the commitment these athletes have given to this sport. Good luck tonight to all the athletes. These memories will be with you for the rest of your life. And you can check out Dowding Industries on their website, dowdingindustries.com. And by the Lansing Sports Commission. No matter the sport, the LSC, the Lansing Sports Commission, can make your next event your best event. Plan on something greater. Find out details at lansingsports.org, and that's Megan Zemer and her terrific staff. 28-14, DeWitt leads East Lansing at halftime. Let's get to the scoring summary here. DeWitt, 2 took the opening kickoff, went right down the field and scored. Travers Moore, a 1-yard touchdown run, extra point good, 7-0 DeWitt. 7:35 to go in the first. DeWitt stopped East Lansing, 3 and out, took the ball, went right down the field, scored again. Elliott Larner, 2-yard touchdown run, extra point good, 14-0 DeWitt. 2:45 to go in the first quarter. East Lansing got the ball, and they gave the ball to Jace Clarizio a lot. And he finished off a drive with a 25-yard touchdown run. The extra point was no good. With 56 seconds to go in the first, it was 14-6 DeWitt. All DeWitt did, gave the ball to Trav Moore again. And he scored with 28 seconds to go in the first quarter. A 34-yard touchdown run by Trav Moore. Extra point good, 21-6 at that point. That was the score at the end of the first quarter of play. East Lansing got closer. Jace Clarizio finished off a drive with a 4-yard touchdown run. And then the 2-point pass was good from Ben Fletcher to B.J. Wyndham. And it was 21-14 at that point. So what did DeWitt do? Took the ball, went right down the field, and scored again. Elliott Larner threw to Abram Larner, a 4-yard touchdown pass. Extra point was good, 28-14 DeWitt, and that's where we are at this point. East Lansing had a couple of drives stopped in the first half due to interceptions. Penalty-wise, DeWitt had 5 penalties for 50 yards. East Lansing 4 penalties for 20 yards. East Lansing is going to get the ball to start the third quarter of play, and that's why they're itching to score right there before the end of the first half, but they were unsuccessful. Who knows how that's going to affect this game, Doc. But, man, this DeWitt offense had the ball 5 times, scored 4 touchdowns. Yep, only their third punt of the season on that previous one. The penalty really kind of set them behind on that one. They had a big penalty, right. That blindside block really pushed them back. Otherwise, they might have scored again right before the half. East Lansing had opportunities, and like you said, 2 interceptions. The last one, not quite a big a deal because there was only 8 seconds left in the first half, but the one before, they had a drive going and turned the ball over. Before we get to the stats, more good news for you Tiger fans. Tigers 4, White Sox 1, bottom of the 7th, and the Tigers are still batting. All right. 4-1, bottom 7 or bottom 8? Bottom 7. Bottom 7, okay. And good news if you want to finish ahead of the Kansas City Royals. And the Atlanta Braves, I don't know how they're playing in Atlanta tonight with the hurricane that went through in the last 24 hours. They're playing in Atlanta tonight, and Atlanta's leading Kansas City 2-0 in the bottom of the 5th. The other game that affects them, Baltimore at the Minnesota Twins, scoreless in the top of the 2nd inning. Doc, you got stats there? Yeah, unofficially, East Lansing, Ben Fletcher, 6 for 11 for 36 yards and a pick. 2 picks, excuse me. Jace Clarizio, 12 carries, 99 yards, 2 touchdowns. DeWitt Sams Jr., 4 carries for 42 yards. East Lansing, 141 rushing, 177 total. For DeWitt, Elliott Larner, 6 for 9 for 61 and a touchdown. He's ran the ball 12 times for 109 yards and a touchdown. Trav Moore, 16 carries, 98 yards, and 2 touchdowns. That's all 98 yards? Yeah. Seems like more than that. Seems like it, yep. Abram Larner, 4 catches for 40 yards and that 1 touchdown. They've ran for 236, and they have 297 total. So these are unofficial stats. The official stats are to my left. But you're pretty close. But I'm fairly close, I hope. Yeah, see, they're even nodding. See, they know. I'm pretty close. They know. You're pretty close. I'll get the official stats at the end of the ball game. Maybe. No, you probably will. They do a good job of. Well, they email. They do a fantastic job. They're the best. They're the best in this Lansing area. All right, DeWitt leads at 28-14. We'll get to scores, other scores from around the Mid-Michigan area on the other side of this break. DeWitt leads East Lansing 28-14. Here on the game, 7:30 a.m. WVFN. You're listening to high school football on the game, 7:30 a.m. WVFN and the Lansing Sports Network. And it's brought to you by the Lansing Sports Commission and by Jeff and Chris Metz and Downing Industries.
Most tax pros leave a message.
It's Jane. I'm moving on to a TurboTax expert who beat your price. Adam Devine, tell him how I feel.
A tax pro, she's been thinking twice. Best believe TurboTax will beat your price. This is a tax break.
Switch to a TurboTax Live expert and we'll beat what you paid your pro last tax season. Make the switch at TurboTax.com/beatyourprice. TurboTax full service only. Sign up by 12/20/2024 and file by 4/1/2025. Full details at TurboTax.com/beatyourprice.
The game, 7:30 a.m.
Doc Palmbos, Sheriff Doc Love back here at East Lansing High School. East Lansing trailing DeWitt 28-14 as we are at halftime. Let's get the scores from around the Mid-Michigan area. Let's start, with the Tigers. It's 4-1 Tigers in the bottom of the 7th inning. You know what the best part is, Doc? 44,400 and change. at Comerica Park tonight. Absolutely jam-packed crowd down there. So that's what's going on down at Comerica Park. Got to get 6 more outs.
I got...
but high school-wise, go ahead.
At Cougar Stadium, it's Portland 28, Lansing Catholic 7. Braden Rabideau with a 9-yard run to get the Cougars on the board. 4:41 left in the third.
And I'm seeing here, Portland St. Pat's decided to play tonight. The original schedule had them playing on Saturday. They're playing right now, thanks to our buddy Chuck Kraft from the Bleacher Denizen. Portland St. Pat's 35, Breckenridge nothing. They had that huge win over Morris last week. Williamston 31. St. John's 31, Williamston 14. They're getting set to start the second half.
Second quarter, Lansing Everett 14, Grand Blanc 14.
Wow.
Halftime, Grand Ledge 17, Waverly nothing.
Okay. Keep looking here.
Yeah, see if I can find something else. I think I'm about out of options here. Now I'm half an hour away. Halftime, Leslie 32, Manchester 16. Leslie started scoring a bunch. Manchester was up on them, and then the Blackhawks scored a couple of touchdowns before the half. And they get the ball to start the second half.
Oh, man.
Halftime, Fowler 43, Dansville nothing.
PW and Fowler collision course next week.
Yep.
One of the games we're considering next week. PW at Fowler, not only for the milk jug, for the CAAC for the CMAC title. They are by far the 2 best teams in the league. Saranac's probably the 3rd best team in that league this year, but PW and Fowler by far the 2 best. And it's really not even close.
Yeah.
Happens sometimes. Maple Valley, first year back playing 11-man football. Well, they're losing to Bronson tonight, 28-0. They're in the third quarter right now. See if we can find any more.
I was looking for the PW Potterville game, and I got nothing out of that.
Tigers 4, White Sox 1. Top of the 8th inning. 6 outs away. Braves lead the Royals 2-0. Orioles lead the Twins 2-0. Top second. Man, the Twins just collapsed.
Yeah.
So is Kansas City to a degree, but not quite as bad.
Not as bad, yeah.
All right, well, both teams are now out stretching here. Get our mind back to high school football. You can understand why we're talking about the Tigers so much.
Jumping around
tonight. But DeWitt leading 28-14. East Lansing gets the ball to start quarter number 3. Mandatory score here?
Yes, it has to be. They've only stopped DeWitt one time, and it was mainly because of a penalty on that really set them back, because they were going to get a first down, and then the penalty brought them back to 1st and 25. So, yeah, it's got to come down to, and for East Lansing, they got to score here, and they can't turn the ball over any more times. They've had 2 turnovers in the first
costly.
half.
2 interceptions.
One of them on a drive that they had going, and then the second one not as big of a deal because there was only 8 seconds left in the half. But nevertheless, that first one was a killer.
Yep.
They cannot turn the ball over again. Penalties have been an issue. A little bit more on the DeWitt side. So if you're Coach Rob Zimmerman, I'm sure they talked about, guys, we got to clean this up, man. We cannot have these penalties. They're killing us.
5 penalties for 50 yards for DeWitt, 4 for East Lansing. And keys for DeWitt.
For DeWitt,
I mean, he gave the keys to East Lansing.
Yeah, and the biggest one for DeWitt is probably those penalties. They've got to cut out those penalties. They have moved the ball efficiently on the ground. Elliott Larner 6 for 9. That's pretty good through the air as well. But they don't have to make any changes offensively. Obviously,
they're running the ball very effectively.
They have. They've ran the ball for. Let me find my stat sheet here. 236 yards.
236
unofficially.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, that's a pretty good first half.
That's more than acceptable for a first half.
Yeah, so I think it's more for DeWitt. I think it's the penalties. If they clean up the penalties, they'll be okay. And for East Lansing, you can't have the turnovers. And maybe they can force a turnover on their own. I think those would be the biggest keys for them.
5 outs to go. Top 8, 1 out.
I'd put it on my phone to watch, but I can't get Valley Sports.
No.
I have YouTube TV.
Oh,
they don't have Valley
Sports.
Sports.
That's right, they don't. They've been in a dispute for years.
Yeah.
It's all right. I'm following on Gamecast here. 4 outs to go. 4 outs.
Williamston has scored. It's 31-21. St. John's leading. Hornets force a fumble, and then they score.
Oh, well, there you go. East Lansing will get the ball to start quarter number 3.
At the half, Ithaca 45, Hemlock nothing. 7:23 left in the third. It's Leslie 32, Manchester 22.
Leslie's put up a ton of points this year. Joel Cranmore, their sophomore quarterback, he's been tremendous.
He's got at least one touchdown in that ball game, I saw.
DeWitt going to kick off from right to left here to start quarter number 3. Vincent Rose will kick off. Who's back there for EL?
Looks like
Duarte
number 5,
Sams
Duarte Sams Jr., yep, and then 12, Carvante Shepard.
There we go. Rose steps it off. Left-footed kicker. Both left-footed kickers. Here's the kick. Up and away. And it's taken inside the 5. At the 1, Duarte Sams, 10, 15, right up the middle, 15, 20, 25, gets outside, but taken down at the 28-yard line. Taken down hard there. Who was that? Number 30. Is that 25 or 35? 26? 25.
27, Zach Deppen.
Oh, that's who it was. Okay. First and 10. East Lansing on their own 27-yard line. Fletcher under center. Clarizio behind him. Single back. Extra tight end. Clarizio's got it. Up over the middle. Taken down right at the line of scrimmage. 3 or 4 guys were right there, Doc.
That's been the best defensive play against Clarizio so far in this ballgame for DeWitt.
East Lansing has both teams have only punted once tonight.
Yeah, no gain on that? Yeah.
Yeah, not much of a gain, if any.
Nothing.
Yeah, nothing, no. Second down. Fletcher in the gun. 3 wide receivers. Both go in motion. Now they got to reset, otherwise it's a penalty. Dropping to throw. Fletcher throws out to the right. Ooh. Incomplete. We got contact. Waiting for a flag. B.J. Wyndham looking for a flag. Not going to get it.
He got tackled. But was it behind the line of scrimmage? Yeah, he was looking for a flag, but he was tackled behind the line of scrimmage, and that's legal.
Third down and long. 11:09 to go, third quarter. Some of the DeWitt players egging on the DeWitt crowd right in front of us. It sounds like we're at DeWitt. We're not. We're at East Lansing, but we're in the auxiliary booth, which is behind the visiting stands. You can hear them through our microphones. Third down and 10.
This play taking a while.
Fletcher in the gun. Clarizio next to him. Dropping to throw, Fletcher. Rolling out to the right, away from pressure. Can he get the first down? 30. Close. Horse collar tackle.
Yep.
It's going to be a first down. He was taken down, horse collar. No argument there. Number 7, Dussault on the tackle, but he took him down by the horse collar. The line judge nearest, right on the call. It's going to be 15 yards, Doc.
After the play, too, right? So he ran for 9 yards.
Personal foul, horse collar, attacker against DeWitt.
6 penalties for 65 yards for DeWitt. That puts the ball into DeWitt territory at their 48-yard line. 11:01 to go, third quarter. Fletcher in the gun. Man in motion. Dropping to throw Fletcher. Now quarterback draw. Trying to shake and bake, and terrific defense by DeWitt. And they take him down right at the line of scrimmage.
Score far, number 10.
Yep, right there on the tackle. He had a teammate with him.
Not sure that was a design quarterback draw,
No,
actually.
I don't think so.
The blitz was coming towards him, and he just had to take off. That was the previous play. He was looking to throw down the field and had to run with the ball because the pressure from the Panthers.
Tigers are 3 outs away. Bottom of the 8th, up 4-1. 10:14 to go, third quarter. Fletcher in the gun. Claps his hands, drops straight to throw, throws it out to the left. He's got a man there. It's caught. Fortman at the 40-yard line. Taken down right there. It's going to be second down and short. Third down and short, I'm sorry.
I think he got 8. No, 7. He only got 7 out of it. It's a good tackle. Because Fortman had gotten out and was open.
3rd and 3.
The defender came in, closed quickly, and made a good stop.
You got to think 2 downs to make 3 yards. You would think. Fletcher, handoff. Clarizio, taken down.
Nope.
Snowed under by the DeWitt defense. 5, 6 guys in on him. And it's going to be 4th down.
He didn't get anything.
No gain. Got to go for it here, Doc, don't you think?
Yeah, you have to, yeah.
9:03 and counting, third quarter. Time not a factor yet. And they're going to line up to go for it, and no argument here.
They were hoping they could get at least 1 or 2 out of that last play.
Right. But it's 4th and 3 at the 41-yard line. They got to get to the 38, a little bit inside the 38, Doc. 8:40 and counting. Fletcher in the gun. 4 wide receivers, 3 to the left, 3 to the right, 1 to the left, rather.
DeWitt trying to call timeout.
And yes, they are. There it is. They call timeout.
They saw something in the formation from East Lansing. They didn't like it.
8:29 to go. Third quarter. We'll keep this one right here. Once again, tell you about our fantastic sponsors, Jeff and Chris Metz and Dowding Industries. If you're wondering what your future holds and you're not going to college, or you found out college just isn't for you, check out the future that skilled trades can offer you. You'll be surprised. Check them out at dowdingindustries.com. That's Jeff and Chris Metz.
Portland. Sorry, go ahead.
Go.
No, go ahead.
Megan Seamer and her great staff at the Lansing Sports Commission. No matter the sport, the Lansing Sports Commission can make your next event your best event. Plan on something greater. Find out details at lansingsports.org. Tell me the Portland score.
They extend their lead. It's 35-7 now. 8 run by Barrett Brennan. And Leslie, it's getting tight again. 32-28. Manchester just scored.
Coming out of the DeWitt timeout, 8:29 to go. This is a big play in this game. Fletcher in the gun. Dropping to throw. Straight back to throw. Throws over the middle. It's caught.
Ooh.
Owen Fortman at the 35. 30. Inside the 25 to the 24. Threw it into tight coverage, Doc, but Fortman came up with it.
Yep. Had a defender right there, and I thought it was either going to get picked off or knocked away.
18 yards on the catch.
What a great play by Fortman. Keep their drive alive on 4th and 3.
Man, you're right. Tight coverage on that play. 8:14 and counting. Fletcher under center. Clarizio, the deep back. Pitch out, left side. Inside the 25. Inside the 20. Knocked down about the... Oh, he's still going. Looked like he was going to get knocked down at the 17, but he kept going. Gets down to about the 15-yard line. Gain of 8 or 9. Going to depend on the spot.
Looks like...
Excuse me.
8? Yes.
Yep. 2nd and 2. Gain of 8. .724 and counting. Offset eye. Handoff, Clarizio. Trying to get outside. He does, and he's close to a first down. It's going to depend on the mark. Nice job there by number 44. That's Cooper Chambers, a linebacker, close to a first down, and he's going to be short. Third and less than a yard, Doc. Needs what, about foot and a half maybe?
Something like that. The play was designed to go left. The fullback was leading that direction, but there was an extra defender out there from the Panthers, so Clarizio cut it back to the right, but more Panthers waiting for him, and he'll get the 1.5 maybe.
And now, Doc, this drive taking almost half the quarter. And if you're East Lansing, you got to score a touchdown.
Absolutely.
I formation behind Fletcher. Handoff, Clarizio, and he's going to get the first down. He got hit behind the line of scrimmage, but was able to get away from that and get down to the 11-yard line, first down.
Now, it's Cooper Chambers who came flying in on that middle linebacker blitz.
Yeah, run blitz.
But he couldn't wrap him up. He got the foot. Couldn't slow him down.
First down, East Lansing at the 11. They can get a first down without scoring a touchdown. And we're now down to 6:10. Clock eating drive. And the longer this goes, the more important it is to score a touchdown. Under center is Fletcher. Pitch out. Clarizio, right side. 15, 10, to the 5. Knocked down. No. Wait and see. Touchdown. Looked like he got knocked down short of the line, but he lunged forward at the last moment and scored a touchdown. 11-yard touchdown, Jace Clarizio.
Pitch to the outside. Had a key block out there. DeWitt sideline thinks there might have been a block in the back. Might have had a case for that one, but referee was like, nope, it was clean.
5:54 to go, third quarter. Isaiah Armstrong on for the extra point. He did miss one earlier in the game. Snap is good. Placement down. Kick on the way. It looks good. It is good. And so, with 5:54 to go in the third quarter, it's DeWitt 28, East Lansing 21. We'll take 30 seconds and come back on the game, 7:30 a.m. WVFN.
Most tax pros leave a message.
It's Jane. I'm moving on to a TurboTax expert who beat your price. Adam Devine, tell him how I feel.
Hey, tax pro, she's been thinking twice. Best believe TurboTax will beat your price. This is a tax break.
Switch to a TurboTax Live expert and we'll beat what you paid your pro last tax season. Make the switch at TurboTax.com/beatyourprice. TurboTax full service only. Sign up by 12/20/2024 and file by 4/1/2025. Full details at TurboTax.com/beatyourprice.
The game, 7:30 a.m. WVFN.
Palmbos and Erik, Doc Love here at East Lansing High School. Jace Clarizio scored an 11-yard touchdown. Extra point good. It's 28-21. DeWitt with 5:54 to go in the third quarter. Top 9 in Detroit. 3 outs away. 4-1 Detroit over the Chicago White Sox. Isaiah Armstrong going to kick off. You go for an onside kick here, Doc?
Nope.
Yeah, I agree with you. Not now.
Too early. Squibber's okay.
Nope, they're going to kick it high. They're going to kick it deep. And it's going to go into the end zone. Touchback.
Good decision by Trav Moore to let it go.
That drive took 6 minutes and 6 seconds off the clock. And it ended like it needed to.
Yep.
Touchdown. 28-21.
Well, we'll see if the Panthers can respond or if the Trojans get another stop.
Yeah, the Trojans got to have some confidence here. They just scored. They stopped DeWitt on the last drive. Yes, a penalty helped, but still, confidence-wise, hey, we stopped them on the last drive. Let's stop them here. Under center is Elliott Larner.
Nope.
Now we got a whistle, flag.
Illegal substitution on East Lansing. You got too many guys? Yeah, I think I had 12 guys. Yeah, they had 12 people on the field.
5th penalty of the game on East Lansing. 2nd time that's happened. Going to make it 1st and 5. Under center, Elliott Larner. 3 wide receivers. Nope, it's a snap back to Trav Moore. Trav Moore breaks the initial tackle, and he's going to have a first down.
That single wing Panther formation.
Yeah. Needed 5, got 6. Out over the 30, close to the 31. 1st and 10. Ball on the far hash mark. DeWitt going from right to left. Panther formation again. Larner, hands off. Trav Moore, left side. Good pursuit by East Lansing, and they knock him down at the 35-yard line. He does get a gain of about 4.
That's a great job getting 4 yards, getting to the outside.
Yep.
Looked like East Lansing had him bottled up. Well, they gave him 3.
2 outs to go, Doc.
Yeah, empty backfield.
Empty backfield. Larner throwing out to the right. That's Trav Moore on a screen pass. 35, outside 40. Close to the 45. We'll see where they mark it. He's going to have a first down.
Larner's pass complete to Moore. Forced out of bounds by Sanders. First down.
See where they mark him down. It is a first down. They're going to mark him down. Looks like the 45 or close to it. Yep, right at the 45. 4:52 to go, third quarter.
It's the first time we've seen an empty backfield.
Yeah, first empty set we've seen.
Well, they got 4 wide. Well, I guess one's an H-back.
4 wide receivers, 3 to the right, 1 to the left. Elliott Larner takes it himself, and he's snowed under behind the line of scrimmage.
Jay Carnegie, number 8, the defensive end, came flying in.
Number 69, Justin Aljari, in on the tackle as well. Nice job.
Lost a yard.
They haven't had many losses on the play.
3. I have 3 of them I'm counting for a
Wow.
-1 each.
2nd and 11. 4:23 and counting. Larner going to take it himself. Looking to throw. Does throw it out to the right. It's caught. First down. That's Abram Larner. He's still going. Inside the 30. Inside the 20. He's going to go. It's a touchdown for DeWitt. And touchdown, DeWitt. Had to wait for a moment. What a play there.
56 yards.
Looked like it was going to be a run. Then it's just a short pass. But Elliott Larner throws to twin brother Abram Larner. He does the rest.
It was an RPO.
Yeah.
Brock, it looked like he was going to take off and run himself. He stepped back a little bit. Thought he was going to throw somebody in the middle. He wasn't open. And then he finally found Abram out there to the right side.
And Abram did the rest himself, showing off his speed.
Yeah.
Wow. It's 34-21 DeWitt. Snap good. Placement down. Kick on the way. Good. And so, with 4:06 to go in the third quarter, it's DeWitt 35, East Lansing 21. Doc, we'll keep it right here because we're getting at the top of the hour. Tigers are 1 out away. 2 outs, runner on first, Doc.
I got a final for you. PW 73, Potterville nothing.
73-0?
Correct.
Well, PW's ready for their collision course with Fowler next week. They got to go to Fowler this year. Pretty good response there for DeWitt.
Yeah.
And Abram Larner got most of that yardage himself.
Scored in less than 2 minutes.
Jason Foley coming on to get the last out. Tyler Holton got the first 2 outs in the ninth.
Okay.
DeWitt kicking off. Vincent Rose kicking off from right to left. Oh, ball falls off the tee. Wind is blowing in that direction. If it happens again, then I think they're required
Somebody's got to come hold it. And you don't get that extra 12th guy like in the NFL.
No.
Final, Fowler 57, Dansville nothing.
And they play each other next week. PW at Fowler. Here's the kick. It's a line drive kick. Taken at the 5-yard line. Out to the 10, the 15, the 20, 25, 30, 35-yard line.
Carvante. Shepard again.
Carvante Shepard, nice return. Your Detroit Tigers are in the playoffs. Tigers 4, White Sox 1. And for the first time in 10 years, your Detroit Tigers are in the American League playoffs.
Wow.
Tigers win 4-1 over the White Sox.
There you hear it. Congratulations. We'll get you an ID here in just a second as we cross the 9 o'clock hour.
What a comeback. They were dead to rights at the beginning of August.
39-48 on the 4th of July, Doc. And here they are in the playoffs. Amazing. All right, back here at East Lansing. Fletcher hands off to Clarizio. Out over the 40 to the 44-yard line. Good gain there, gain of 7. As we get to the 9 o'clock hour, I want to let you know you're listening to your trusted source for high school sports coverage. The game, 7:30 a.m. WVFN East Lansing, a Town Square media station. Brock Palmbos, Erik Doc Love here at Lynn C. Adams Stadium. Good ball game tonight. DeWitt leading 35-21 over East Lansing. 2 of the 3 best teams in the area. And you know what? Even if East Lansing loses this game, they're still a top 5 team in this area.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think there's any doubt about that. Fletcher. Offset eye behind him to the left. 2 wide receivers to the right. Fletcher with it. Handoff. That's a Duarte Sams. He's in the game now. He bounces it outside, and he's still going into DeWitt territory, and he could go.
He's gone.
40, 30, 20. He is gone. Touchdown. Duarte Sams and East Lansing.
56 yards again. Man, he was bottled up on the inside, and he bounced to the outside.
56 yards.
We'll get back-to-back 56-yard touchdowns.
Unreal.
Well, when it was 28-14, I was at halftime, I'm like, man, nobody's scoring in this ball game. That's changed suddenly, Brock.
35-27, 3:02 to go in the third quarter. Isaiah Armstrong with the extra point attempt. Good snap. Placement down. Kick on the way. Good. And so, with 3:02 left in the third quarter, it's DeWitt 35. East Lansing 28. We'll keep it right here. Stunning score there for East Lansing. Just what they were looking for.
Yeah.
See here.
I'm being told we saw one of the Panthers go down in the first half. One of the linemen, Andrew Rumsey, number 74, he's on crutches right now, and he will not be returning to this ball game.
Oh, boy. Onside kick here, Doc?
Not yet.
Okay.
We're getting there.
All right. I mean, they have not stopped him. I just stopped him one time.
Yeah.
You think about it at this situation. You're late in the third quarter.
You're getting close to it. Both teams started their games, the kickoffs, with something similar to an onside.
And it looks like they've got the ball right. No, it is teed up there.
It's teed up.
It's teed up there. It's high. It's deep. Nope, they're not going the onside kick. And it taken at the 15-yard line. 20, 25, 30. Trav Moore, he could go. 50, pushed out of bounds by the kicker.
Wow.
Trav Moore with a heck of a run back there in East Lansing territory. Isaiah Armstrong, the kicker, knocked him out at about the 40, 44-yard line.
Well, he caught on a bounce and had a head of steam going forward.
46-yard line. They mark him at the 46.
They had a bunch of blockers out there in front.
Nope, they're going to move it to the 44. The linesman here on the near side had it right. So with 2:56 to go in the third quarter, DeWitt has great field position, leading 35-28.
Final, Mason 58, Eastern nothing.
They're ready for the matchup next week against St. John's. We got lots of options next week, Doc.
We do. We got some good-looking games. And next week was the week where we're like, man, I don't know what to do.
Here's a pitch outside to Trav Moore. To the 40, far side. 35, first down. Out of bounds. Needed 10, got 11, it looks like. Carvante Shepard knocks him out of bounds. They mark him, I believe, at the 33. It is. Yeah, they give him 10. 10 and a half, I guess.
I put 11. I'm not going to erase it.
Yeah,
so.
don't change it.
I got a pens. I don't have a pencil. So
don't change it. You're fine.
Yeah, I can do 11.
It's all good. It's a first down anyway. At the 34-yard line. Panther formation again. Now a reverse inside handoff. That is Abram Larner. He's outside the 25. Shake and bake inside the 20. Another first down. That kid's fast.
I mean, it's a clinic on running in this ball game for both teams. And blocking and breaking tackles, too.
Final score from Morris High School. Morris beats Fulton tonight 22-0. That's a mild upset.
It is.
2:32 and counting third quarter. 35-28 DeWitt.
Single wing.
Single wing formation. Trav Moore has it. He's just going to push his way forward, going over right guard. Gets down to the 16-yard line. Going to be 2nd and 7.
Olivet 50, Eaton Rapids 6. That's a final. Branson 40, Maple Valley nothing. That is a final.
Bronson,
excuse me. It's a final from Lansing Catholic. Portland 35, Lansing Catholic 14.
Going to win the CAAC White again is Portland. Now here's Larner. Fake pitch. Going to take it himself. Inside the 10. Trying to get away. Inside the 5. Drags defenders down to the 2. Fumble.
Ball came
but
out.
They say he was down.
Yep.
And I think he was.
The ground caused the fumble on that. All the way down to the 2.
2-yard line. Minute 39 to go. It'll be 1st and 10. 1st and goal to DeWitt at the 2. Under 90 seconds to go here in the quarter. Man, this DeWitt offense is explosive. Now just a power set wishbone, and he's going to take it himself. It looks like the Philly push play, and I don't think he got in yet.
And they got to the 1. The old tush push, as they call it over there in Philly. The Philly special,
no,
whatever it is.
that's not the Philly special, but it's just,
the tush push.
Yeah. Hey, until they make it illegal in the NFL, I'd keep running it until they change the rule.
They changed it a little bit. They tweaked it so that somebody cannot be lined up directly behind the quarterback. They have to be at least a yard or 2 behind them.
Okay.
It used to be you could line up right behind him. They made him change it slightly.
1 minute to go here in the third quarter. It's 2nd and goal from the 1. DeWitt's a little confused right here, wondering why they're taking so long.
Elliott looking at, he's like, I don't know what the play is, guys.
What do we do? Here we go again. Trav Moore's got it. And I think he's in.
Wait for the signal.
We're waiting. We're waiting.
Looking. He is in.
And it is. It's a touchdown. Trav Moore from 1 yard out. Took the direct snap from center.
His 3rd of the game. Took a while. There is a flag.
And it's, let's wait.
Unsportsmanlike on East Lansing.
So they'll penalize that on the kickoff. 6th penalty on East Lansing. 41-28 DeWitt with 31 seconds to go in the quarter.
I feel like every game we do, Brock, somebody scores in the last minute of a quarter. Every time.
Seems like it. Snap good. Placement down. Kick on the way. Inside the right upright. It's good. And so with 31 seconds to go in the third quarter, it's DeWitt 42. East Lansing 28. Man.
Well, after only 2 touchdowns in the second quarter, we have 4 in the third.
Portland St. Patrick beats Breckenridge tonight 35-7. St. Pat's 5-0 on the season. Pat Russman's got a great program out there, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
And
every year they're in a contention.
Yeah, they're in contention. Morris, under Coach Kendall Crockett, they've won a state title, and they've had some other deep runs in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what? And I'm expecting another one for both teams, actually. Excuse me. DeWitt's going to kick off from the East Lansing 45. Here's a perfect time to go for an onside kick, but I don't think they're going to do it here.
For DeWitt, no.
Squib it?
Yeah. Or kick it into the end zone.
Or just bomb it out of the end zone. He can do that, too. And just got to bomb it out of the end zone.
Yep.
And it's good. Went right through the goalposts.
It was close.
First and 10 on their own 20-yard line, 31 seconds to go. 42-28. DeWitt has had the ball 7 times in this game. They have scored 6 touchdowns.
That's not up to their standards, honestly.
Well, they haven't turned it over.
Nope.
They do have 6 penalties tonight. They won't be thrilled with that. Ben Fletcher in the shotgun. Handoff, Clarizio. Up the middle. Gets out over the 25, maybe the 26. And that may be the last play of the quarter. We're down to 20 seconds to go in the third quarter. And if you're East Lansing, you might want to wait because you know what? You're going to have the wind in the fourth quarter.
Yep.
7 seconds. We're down to 5. Yeah, that's going to be the end of the quarter. That's going to do it. Zeros are on the clock. 36 minutes down, 12 to go. Here at East Lansing High School, DeWitt leads East Lansing 42-28. Come on back for the fourth on the game, 7:30 AM WVFN and the Lansing Sports Network.
Shop Macy's VIP sale, going on now. Use your coupon or Macy's card and take an extra 30% off the latest fall trends from designers that rarely go on sale. And save 15% off skincare, makeup, fragrances, and more. Plus, shop fall specials for even more great deals on top brands at Macy's. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
WVFN.
Palmbos and Erik, Doc Love back here at Lynn C. Adams Stadium. We're ready for the fourth quarter here. DeWitt leading East Lansing 42-28. In case you joined us late, the Detroit Tigers are in the playoffs. They beat the Chicago White Sox tonight at Comerica Park 4-1. They will be in the postseason next week against either Baltimore or Houston. Still to be determined. First time in 10 years.
Feels longer.
It does feel longer. Have not won a playoff game in 11 years because they got swept by Baltimore in the first round back in 2014. Braves lead the Royals 3-0. They're going to the ninth inning. Orioles lead the Twins 2-0. If those results hold, then the Tigers are on the road definitely in the first round. Here we go at East Lansing. Clarizio bounces it outside. He's got room. 35-40, 45-50, still going. Pushed out of bounds into DeWitt territory. Inside the 35. Well, we'll see where they mark it.
No, he's out of bounds at the 47.
Still a first down, though.
Yeah. 29 yards. No.
Where were they? 26, so 24, 27. 27 yards. And now what do we got?
We're going to timeout? DeWitt called timeout.
DeWitt calls their second timeout. They have one remaining. East Lansing has all 3 timeouts left.
Well, they have the pleasure of being ahead by 2 touchdowns, so they can use a timeout there.
Doubting Industries, always interested in individuals that have the drive and desire to be successful in work and in life. Check them out at doubtingindustries.com. You may find a successful future here. That's Jeff and Chris Metz and Doubting Industries. Thank you for sponsoring us, being the title sponsor once again this year. And we thank Megan Zemer and her great staff at the Lansing Sports Commission. No matter the sport, the Lansing Sports Commission can make your next event your best event. Plan on something greater. Find out details at lansingsports.org. Brock Palmbos, Erik Doc Love back here at Lynn C. Adams Stadium. DeWitt leading East Lansing 42-28, 11:52 left in regulation.
5 minutes left in regulation for this one. St. John's 45, Williamston 21. So it looks like the Red Wings are going to move to 5-0.
In advance of playing 4-1 Mason, who won earlier tonight, next week.
End of third, Grand Ledge 30, Waverly nothing.
Grand Ledge is going to move to 4-1 on the season. Don't sleep on the Comets.
Nope.
They still got to play DeWitt, and they're at Everett next week. Again, one of the games we are considering. Fletcher in the shotgun. Fake handoff to Clarizio. He's going to throw. He's going to throw high and deep. He's got Wyndham. Catch. Touchdown, East Lansing. 47 yards. B.J. Wyndham just ran right through 2 defenders.
Yep.
Got away from him.
One of the Panther defenders slipped up just a little bit, and that was enough to create the space for B.J. Wyndham.
47-yard touchdown.
Now I'm thinking onside kick, Brock. Now we're in the fourth quarter. I'm looking for it.
42-34. DeWitt. And now Isaiah Armstrong going to kick the extra point. He missed one earlier in the game. Here's the snap. Low snap. Gets it down inside the right upright and good. And so with nearly a full quarter to go, it's DeWitt 42. East Lansing 35. Let's take 30 and come back here on the game, 7:30 a.m. WVFN.
Shop Macy's VIP sale, going on now. Use your coupon or Macy's card and take an extra 30% off the latest fall trends from designers that rarely go on sale. And save 15% off skincare, makeup, fragrances, and more. Plus, shop fall specials for even more great deals on top brands at Macy's. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Lansing Sports Leader, the game, 7:30 a.m.
Brock Palmbos, Erik Doc Love. 11:44 left in regulation. DeWitt leads East Lansing 42-35 in a battle of CAAC Blue Powers. Travers Moore back to receive. It's a squib kick, and it's going to go out of bounds.
And Isaiah Armstrong not happy with himself. 2:53 left in the regulation. Leslie 45, Manchester 28.
So Leslie is going to go to 5-0 on the season.
Cranmore with another touchdown.
What a year he's having.
Can the Panthers get a stop? Or excuse me, can the Trojans get a stop?
They're going to need to if they want to win this game.
Got to get at least one stop.
Yes. They've only gotten one stop in this game. Elliott Larner, pistol formation. Fakes the handoff. Going to throw it out to the right. Incomplete. Tried to get it to Abram Larner. He faked the handoff to Abram.
RPO, run pass option.
Yep. You can tell they've done it before, but he underthrew Abram, and it's incomplete. Advantage East Lansing. Stops the clock.
The receiver was open.
He was open. Better throw, might have got him. It'll be 1st and 10 from the 35-yard line, or 2nd and 10, rather. DeWitt opted to take the ball at the 35-yard line rather than have him kick it again.
Mm-hmm.
Pistol formation again. Here's the handoff again. It's going to go to Larner. Snowed under. And it'll be 3rd and long. That was Larner, I believe.
Nope,
Or was Trav Moore?
Trav Moore
Yeah,
had
there
it.
it is. Trav Moore.
Nothing.
Even a loss on the play, Doc. And now the East Lansing fans, you can probably hear them through our mic. Yeah, no gain. They'll give him no gain. And now, right now, this is the biggest defensive play of the game for East Lansing. 11:09. Still plenty of time, but 11 minutes to go. 3rd and 10. Dropping to throw is Larner. Elliott Larner looking, throwing. Gets away from the pressure. Now he's going to run for it. 40-yard line. And he bowls a man over right at the 45-yard line. 1st down. That's an all-state run right there, Doc. Yeah. And now we got a man down behind the line of scrimmage for East Lansing. Excuse me.
It's going to be an 11-yard run.
What a run by Elliott Larner. 10:55 to go in regulation. They'll have 1st and 10 at their own 46, Doc.
I think that's number 8, Jay Carnegie, the defensive end. One of the defensive ends for East Lansing. He's had a pretty good ball game, too.
What a run by Elliott Larner.
Wow. That was that 3rd down situation, and East Lansing needed to get off the field, and they just couldn't do it because of a better play by Elliott Larner.
And he put his head down, head and shoulder down, and he just willed himself that 1st down.
Carnegie's still on the ground. They're looking at his right leg.
Doesn't look like one of these leg cramps that we've seen so much so far this season.
Mm-mm.
His helmet is off.
He's sitting up now.
That's a good sign.
Wiggling his foot.
Coach Bill Faracco is out there right now. Coaches are allowed to come out onto the field. Now he's being helped up. And he's limping. It looks like his night. Oh, well.
He's trying to walk it off. Maybe he got one of those stingers, as they like to call it.
Ooh. You never know. Some serious stingers are really, really bad.
Yeah, maybe lost a little feeling in his leg for a minute there or something because of the hit.
Maybe his leg fell asleep.
Possibly.
It's like, when you're sitting wrong, and your foot falls asleep, your whole leg just radiates.
But this is a little more of the contact
serious.
caused
Yeah, this is more serious than that, yes. It a big 1st down conversion there for DeWitt. 1st and 10 from their own 46. 10:50 and counting. Now a screen pass out to the right. It's Trav Moore. Gets into East Lansing territory, and he's out of bounds at the 48-yard line. Well, we'll see where they mark it. I think it looks like it's going to be the 48-yard line. Gain of 6. DeWitt's had success with these screen passes tonight. Nice, safe passes. They're not putting the ball in harm's way.
Nope.
Panther formation again. Handoff. That's Trav Moore. 1st down. Right up the middle. There's a huge hole there. He needed 4. He got almost 8.
He got twice that, basically. Got down to the 40.
Yep. Nose of the ball on the 40. Give him 8 yards. 10:30 left in regulation. And now if you're DeWitt, you want to start taking some time.
They're not in quite the rush that they usually are.
Panther formation again. 2 wide receivers. Handoff up the middle. Trav Moore. Not much there.
A little better job by
Gets 2 yards.
By that defense. 54, Mario Montez.
2nd down and 8. 10 minutes to go in regulation.
The 24th carry of the game for Trav Moore.
He's well over 100 yards tonight.
Oh, yeah.
Had a heck of a game.
He was almost at 100 at halftime. So,
Panther formation again. Power set. Larner, inside handoff.
Nope, faked it.
No, he faked it. He's got himself still going, and he was a shoestring away from going into the end zone. Faked me out there, but then I saw him on the right.
You know what he did, Brock?
Go.
He tucked the ball behind his back with his right hand. He faked the handoff, tucked it behind, and then ran to the right side.
He gets a first down inside the 30 to the 29-yard line.
How long was that run? Excuse me.
15 yards? I think. Panther formation again. Inside handoff. Trav Moore gets to the 26, 25, pushing forward, 24-yard line, maybe the 23. They'll mark him at the 24, gain of 5. This is exactly what you want to do for DeWitt. And now we got a timeout here. Officials timeout. Gain of 5. 9:08 to go in regulation. And Trav Moore lost his helmet. He's got to come out of the game.
Yeah, 23 comes in. Tyler Bayshore. Bayshore is the main back. Excuse me.
Panther formation. Larner's going to take it himself. Elliott Larner inside the 25 to the 24. Or the 19, rather. Close to a first down. I think he's got it. They're going to give it to him. Needed 5, got 6. First and 10 at the 19. Trav Moore trying to get his helmet figured out.
Yep, and he's back
and he's going back into the game. 8:40 and counting in this game. Handoff up the middle. Trav Moore inside the 15.
Lost the ball.
Lost the ball. And
East Lansing
has it. B.J. Wyndham picks it up. And he takes it out over the 15-yard line. Stunning turn of events. You saw it before I did, Doc.
There's a flag on the field, too, by the way.
Wow.
But Trav Moore trying to reach out. Ball coughed up. And B.J. Wyndham picked it up.
Just the turnover that East Lansing needs. 8:16 left in regulation. We're going to wait for the flag.
I think this might be after the fumble.
Could be. Holding on East Lansing.
It's on the return.
But it's on the return, so it'll be 10 yards. Man, stunning turn of events. You saw it before I did, Doc.
Yeah, Trav Moore up the middle trying to reach out. Get some extra yardage, and the ball squirted out, and it bounced right to B.J. Wyndham.
First and 10 from their own 2-yard line.
First turnover of the ball game for DeWitt.
Yep. East Lansing's got 2 turnovers.
And it happened at the worst time for them.
East Lansing has all 3 timeouts.
But they're inside their own 2.
Let's see what East Lansing does at their 2-yard line. The nose of the ball is touching the 2. Fletcher's got it. Handoff. Clarizio. Out over the 5 to maybe the 7. It'll be second down. And now if you're East Lansing, are they going to give him the 8? Looks like they are.
Wow.
They give him out to the 8-yard line, so a gain of 6. They say second and 5. No, he got 6 yards.
Yeah.
Under 8 minutes to go. You can afford to be patient here if you're East Lansing. As explosive as Jace Clarizio is, he can take it all the way at almost any point on the field.
Correct.
They have all 3 timeouts left.
Do we have too many guys on the field for East Lansing, or are we short? Yep,
They were short a guy.
Miscommunication. Okay, there we go.
Fletcher, under center, snap. Clarizio gets out over the 10, out over the 15, out over the 20, close to the 25, first down East Lansing.
Just patient running.
Yes. Gets to the 24-yard line, gain of 16. Now you can run your offense. You don't have to give it to Clarizio on every play.
I mean, they probably will, but
I would.
There's no reason not to unless he's out of the ballgame. Then you give it to Sams.
And now looks like Sams is coming in.
They've been using him as a wide receiver, though, sometimes, too.
And sometimes East Lansing put both Clarizio and Sams in the game.
They've been out there quite a bit at the same time.
Down to 7 minutes left in regulation. 42-35, DeWitt. Fletcher in the gun. Throws it out to the right. It's caught by Sams. Gets out over the 30. Close to another first down. He'll get 9 out to the 34-yard line. It's going to be 2nd and 1.
Little quick receiver screen. He actually outran his blockers on that play.
He did. Gain of 9. Sams goes out. We're down to 6:30 and counting. Weren't sure if we were going to get an exciting finish here, the way DeWitt was scoring.
And they were moving the ball, ready to score again.
But a turnover. Here is Fletcher. Handoff. Clarizio over the 35, still going. Over the 40, maybe the 41, it's a first down.
24 carries in the ball game for him now.
We're down to 6:05 left in regulation. If this game gets tied, we'll worry about overtime then. Under 6 minutes to go. East Lansing has all 3 timeouts left. Excuse me. 5:45 and counting. Can still be patient here. Fletcher in the gun. Now Sams goes in motion. Inside handoff, Clarizio. Tackle behind the line of scrimmage. Taken down.
Cooper Chambers.
That's Cooper Chambers, number 44. Huge loss. Loss of 5. 2nd down and 15. Back to the 36-yard line. That's a run blitz, Doc.
Yep. One of the few times that they've actually gotten back there to get him. Most of the time, he breaks that tackle.
5:07 and counting. Might be the last time East Lansing has the ball. 2nd down and 15. Under 5 minutes to go. Fletcher in the gun. 3 wide receivers. Clarizio next to him in the gun. Takes it. Option pitch. Clarizio tackled after a short gain. Gain of about 2. Did it to the short side of the field, Doc. Didn't get much.
That's what I don't like, is they ran it to the short side of the field. If you're on that to the wide side of the field, Clarizio has a little bit more space in which to run the ball and get to the outside.
Gain of 3. 3rd and 12.
They played right into the hands of the Panthers on that one.
4:26, 4:25 and counting. And now, this is the biggest play of the game. If they don't get it here, it'll be interesting what they do on 4th.
And they're hoping they at least get 10 to make it interesting.
Yeah. If it's 4th and anywhere less than 5, Doc, you got to go for it
Yes.
here. We'll see what they do. 4 wide receivers. Play clock under 5. Fletcher dropping to throw. Trying to get away from the pressure. Rolling left. He throws it high, throws it deep.
Ooh.
Incomplete. East Lansing looking for a flag, not going to get it.
Yeah, I don't know. Cooper Chambers knocked Clarizio over while the ball was in midair. They've got some beef on that.
3:50 left in the 4th quarter. And is East Lansing going to punt here?
Yeah, they are.
Coach Bill Farraco's got his hands up. He's telling the back judge, where's the flag?
He's got an argument.
He's got a case.
He's got an argument for it.
And the only reason East Lansing's punting here is because they got all 3 timeouts left. If you're DeWitt, you play punt safe. That's exactly what they're doing. Here's the snap back. Kick away. It's a good kick. It's over the head of Larner.
Going to go in the end zone.
And it's going to go into the end zone.
The wind helped him out.
62-yard punt. No return. 3:43 left. We'll take 30 and come back on the game, 7:30 a.m. WVFM.
Shop Macy's VIP sale, going on now. Use your coupon or Macy's card and take an extra 30% off the latest fall trends from designers that rarely go on sale. And save 15% off skincare, makeup, fragrances, and more. Plus, shop fall specials for even more great deals on top brands at Macy's. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Lansing's only sports station. The Game, 7:30.
Let's play.
We're on Palmbos, Erik back here. Play has resumed. Elliot Larner takes the first play, gets out to the 27-yard line, a gain of 7. 3:25 to go and counting. East Lansing not using their timeouts yet. You don't have to right now.
Nope.
But what do you think? 2 first downs probably ends this game.
Possibly. DeWitt taking a lot more time than they usually do.
Down to 3:08 to go. Larner going to take it himself. And he's going to be close to a first down. I think he's got it.
Yep.
He does. Gets to the 31, first down. 2:55 to go. So they can run this down to what? 2:15? Less than 2:50. About 2:20 or so. Because the play clock's already started.
Mm-hmm.
East Lansing's got all 3 timeouts, and you got to think now they're going to start using them.
Yeah, it depends on what happens after this play, but more than likely they're going to have to use it.
2:35 and counting. DeWitt leading 42-35. Shotgun formation. Elliot Larner. Abram Larner in motion. He's going to take it himself. 35, 36-yard line. Going to be second down and 5.
There it is.
And there's the first timeout for East Lansing. Was that Trav Moore? They say Trav Moore.
No, it was Elliot Larner, wasn't it?
Larner.
I thought it was the quarterback.
Out to the 37, a gain of 6. Well, now if you're East Lansing, if you give up another first down here, you don't call timeout.
Nope.
No point calling a timeout after the clock stops after a first down.
It'll be a short stoppage, but nevertheless.
Second down and 4. I can't argue with punting, though, in that situation. It's 4th and 13.
Yeah, it was. If it was 4th and 8, maybe.
You might even, anywhere less than 5, you certainly.
Well, absolutely. But even if it was 4th and 8, maybe you give them a chance.
2:20 left in regulation. No 2-minute warning in high school football, and there didn't used to be in college football until this year.
The 2-minute timeout they call it. They don't call it a warning.
Oh, forget that.
Yeah.
It's a 2-minute warning.
Yeah.
2-minute warning. Coming up after the game tonight, we got scores from all over the mid-Michigan area. Give you all the finals that we have, because pretty much there's a lot of games that are over with now at 9:36 in the evening. All right, second down and 4. Larner taking it himself. First down over the 40 to the 44.
That's Trav Moore.
That was Trav Moore. Took it himself. Kind of that out of the Panther formation. Clock is stopped with 2:14 left.
I got a final for you. Leslie 45, Manchester 28.
5-0 is Leslie. Got a great chance to win that Cascades Conference.
Third quarter, Grand Blanc 28, Everett 21.
Wow.
Grand Blanc has come back.
Under 2 minutes to go here at East Lansing. And now East Lansing does have to use their timeouts here.
We only got 2 left.
One more first down ends this game.
Single wing.
Here it is again. Inside handoff. That's Abram Larner. And not much gain. He does squirm to get to the 46-yard line. Timeout East Lansing. Isaiah Armstrong on the tackle. Gain of about, they say
2?
about 2.
Yeah, from the 44 to the 46.
He's not getting a good mark here.
Another mark.
1.
I'm putting it back. Okay.
Putting it back at the 45.
They moved it backwards.
1 yard. So now East Lansing has 1 timeout left. DeWitt still has a timeout.
Let's see. Final Bath 40, Perry nothing.
Tigers are now in the 5th seed in the American League. The Braves beat the Royals tonight 3-0. So the Tigers are 1 game ahead of Kansas City with 2 to go. So they are the 5th seed right now. They could get to the 4th seed, but they need some help from the Twins, and they're not getting it.
No.
The Orioles are leading the Twins 2-0 in the top of the 6th.
The Twins have collapsed.
Yes, they have. 2nd down and 9 here. Inside, no, fake handoff. That's Elliott Larner. He gets outside, and he's close to a 1st down. Depends on the mark.
He's going to be
short. He's short by a half
Yep.
a yard. Timeout, East Lansing.
But he did the smart thing and got down.
Yes.
He didn't run out of bounds.
It's 3rd and 1, Doc, at the 47-yard line. A minute 34 left.
That's your ball game right here.
This is the ball game right here.
East Lansing has failed to stop the Panthers for the majority of this ball game. They were aided by a punt, or excuse me, they were aided by a
turnover.
Well, they were aided first of all because of a penalty that forced a punt.
Yep.
And then they were aided by a turnover here earlier in this 4th quarter.
Now, if you're DeWitt, if for some reason you don't get the 1st down, what you do here, you run the clock down, call your last timeout before the play clock runs out,
Punt it.
and then punt it away.
Yep.
Why do you call timeout? Well, to take away a 5-yard penalty.
I've been told the DeWitt Panther offense now over 500 total yards.
Yep, I believe it. 3rd and 1 from the East Lansing 47.
1 yard ends the ball game.
Yep, because they can just take a couple of knees, and then that'll be it. Here we go. 3rd and 1 from the 47. Play of the game here.
Oh,
and
false
now,
start.
false start to win. Oh, my goodness.
One of the H-backs moved early.
Correct call. Everybody saw that one. That's the 7th penalty for DeWitt tonight.
He was going on first sound, and everybody else was waiting. I wonder if they're going to go hard count.
Maybe. Dead ball. Legal procedure. Huge call there.
It's a 3rd and 6 now. Now do you try hard count, trying to get those 5 yards back?
Maybe. Correct call by the officials.
Yes. One of the H-backs on the right side moved early.
And, Doc, you could argue they missed only one call tonight. The pass interference that wasn't called here on the East Lansing last drive.
DeWitt's going to use their final timeout.
DeWitt's going to use their final timeout here. Because that changes everything what you do.
It does. It changes everything. Now, they're going to run the ball still.
Oh, yes.
But it depends on where and how.
And if it's 4th and 1, they might even go for it.
Yeah.
Depends on what happens here. Both teams are now out of timeouts. 1:34 left in regulation.
I got to stand him and sitting too long. These DeWitt games take forever.
This is a short game by DeWitt standards.
Well, for DeWitt standards,
yeah,
it is,
they're nodding their head. They're telling me, they're nodding their head. Yeah. So it'll be 3rd down and 6 from the DeWitt 40. Where's the ball? 48-yard line?
Yes.
That's what it looks like. Yep. Third and 6. Well, you can use the entire playbook if you're DeWitt. Doesn't matter.
It's either going to be a run with Elliott Larner, the quarterback, or a handoff to Trav Moore. Those are your options.
Here we go. Play of the game here. 3rd and 6. Elliott Larner throws it out to the right. Caught.
Oh, and he dropped it.
Dropped. Abram Larner dropped it.
Wow.
What a call there. I can't argue with the call.
I can. You can't pass the ball there.
Wow.
You can't pass the ball. You got to run it.
Stops the clock with 1:31 left.
That's why you can't pass the ball.
And now DeWitt's going to punt with 1:31 left. Who's that back to punt?
It's 18.
Second punt of the
Mensing. Clarizio back to return. The
fake.
No, he lost the snap.
Lost the snap. He's going to get tackled at the 35. Oh, my goodness.
Now there's a flag. Mensing lost the ball. It popped up in the air. He didn't have time to punt it. He was going to try and throw the ball, and he couldn't.
Let's wait for the flag.
This might be on East Lansing.
If it is,
it's a first down.
It's a first down, and the game's over.
Well,
let's wait and see.
Where's the ball at?
My goodness.
Ooh.
1 minute, 26 seconds left.
And they're going to talk about this. You hate a ball game to go on a flag, to be, be caused by a flag or some sort of.
And the official, they're going to talk about this again.
They're going to talk some more.
They want to make sure they get this right.
I think DeWitt's going to keep the ball. The offense is heading back on the field. It's a face mask on East Lansing.
Face mask on East
Lansing. It's still fourth down.
It's still fourth down.
But it's 4th and 1.
4th and 1. 15-yard penalty. 8th penalty on East Lansing. Wow. Because that's a spot foul.
It is.
DeWitt coaches want the clock to run here.
Not yet.
Yeah, not ready. Ball's not ready for play.
Now it is.
Now it is. 40 seconds from now, so they can run the clock down. 46 seconds left.
Mensing had some issues. The ball popped up. He tried to grab it, and then he had no space to punt it.
Yep.
And then was going to look to throw, and he couldn't.
And now they're going to line up here. Hand out whistle. What do we got now?
Can't call timeout. You don't have any timeouts. East Lansing has no timeout.
Out of timeouts.
They don't have any timeouts. Did somebody call timeout?
Now the officials are going to talk. 1:02 left here.
They can't call timeout. They don't have any.
(42-35) DeWitt.
This game has
gotten really wild.
It's gotten real wild in the last minute.
If the officials called a timeout, that's different.
Yes.
If it's they're going to talk about. They got to make sure you get this right. Man, what a wild sequence here. You had a 5-yard penalty on DeWitt that made it 4th and 6. They throw a pass that Abram Larner dropped, and then on the punt, you caught it before I did. Messed up catch on
Bobbled
the snap.
It, yep.
Bobbled snap. Took the ball. Tried to do something with it. Couldn't.
Got face masked.
Got face masked, which was a 15-yard penalty from the spot, which made it 4th and 1 again. And now we got. Let's see what happens here.
Officials talking things over again. Bill Farraco's out on the field getting an explanation. Wackiest ball game we've seen so far this season.
Oh, no doubt.
Seen a little bit of everything.
And if you're DeWitt, you could have run the clock down 15 more seconds,
yeah.
Doc. They could have run it down to 47, 48 seconds.
Now the referee comes over to this sideline to talk to Coach Zimmerman.
Yep. Now this would, here, in this situation, the play clock would reset to 25, not 40.
Yes.
Although we had an official stoppage, so maybe not.
They're putting time
back on
so
the
maybe
clock.
It's 1st and 25. Or it's 125 left, excuse me.
4th and 1 from the East Lansing 47. And confusion reigns here. Coming up after the game, we'll have scores. We'll have stats and everything.
Are they going to start the clock again here in a second? Yes. Are they ready? Maybe one of the officials wasn't ready, and now they start the clock.
DeWitt's still huddling. Down to 114.
And for East Lansing, don't go for any hard counts.
No.
And if you're DeWitt, you burn as much clock as you can and then snap it.
Or don't snap it.
Or
take a 5-yard penalty and then punt it away.
Correct.
We're down under a minute. DeWitt's going to line up to go for it. Larner didn't get it.
He didn't get it.
Did not get it. Tackled behind the line of scrimmage. East Lansing has it at midfield. They tried to run it up the middle, Doc. It wasn't there. East Lansing had it smothered. He tried to bounce it outside and didn't do it. And now East Lansing has the ball right about midfield, their own 49-yard line with 50 seconds to go.
lost a couple yards on that play.
Goodness.
The one time that East Lansing needed that stop up the middle, they got it.
Now if you're East Lansing, obviously you got to score a touchdown here. In this situation,
no timeouts.
If you score,
do you go for 2?
Coach's call. I would kick the extra point.
I
That's
would myself. A lot of times coaches will ask the players, and the players always say, let's go for 2.
Yeah, exactly. That's where if you're the coach, you're like, no, we're going to kick it.
Unless you think you got this 100% perfect 2-pointer every time, you got to kick the extra point.
50 seconds left.
But they got to go 51 yards first.
51 yards first, yes. Here we go. Fletcher throws it out to the right. Nobody there.
Nope. Little contact and a
late flag.
Ooh.
Unnecessary roughness on Abram Larner. Doc, that might have been a makeup call from that.
I was thinking that.
Pass interference. Wow.
There was some contact,
yes.
But they let it go at first.
So the ball's going to be in DeWitt territory.
And they're going to sort things out. What is the call officially? We'll find out right here.
46 seconds left.
It's a dead ball penalty.
Personal foul, 15 yards.
So it wasn't pass interference. It was after the play.
15 yards down to the 36-yard line of DeWitt. Ball on the near hash. 46 seconds to go. No timeouts either way. Ben Fletcher in the shotgun. Clarizio next to him. Do you dare run the ball with Jace Clarizio?
Not right now.
Man in motion. That's J.L. Branson dropping to throw. Fletcher feeling some pressure, rolling out to the right, throws it out to the right. It's caught. That's J.L. Branson, and he's knocked out of bounds inside the 20.
Down to the 12.
Wow.
24 yards.
He was wide open, too.
Yep. He was underneath, and nobody picked him up.
39 seconds to go. Ball at the 12-yard line. Now do you run Clarizio?
No.
I'm just asking.
Yep, not yet.
39 seconds left, and most importantly, got out of bounds.
Mm-hmm.
Fletcher in the gun. Clarizio next to him. 3 wide receivers. Man in motion. Now a wing on the right. Dropping back to throw. Fletcher throws it out of bounds. He threw it in the direction of Jace Clarizio, but there was nobody there. 35 seconds to go. It's second down.
I think they were trying to set up that swing pass again. They had a lot of motion, guys getting out there to the right side to block for Clarizio, but nothing happening. And again, smartly throws it away.
Smartly throws it out of bounds.
Don't try and force something.
No. Going to be hard to top this one here tonight.
Yep. J.L. Branson comes back in. Daryl Jeter goes out. They look for the bigger target. This play taking a long time. They want to hurry up.
Well, you know what? If you take a 5-yard penalty, it doesn't hurt you all that much.
Well, but you don't want to.
You don't want to, but now we're under 10 seconds on the play clock. Fletcher in the gun. Clarizio next to him. 3 wide receivers. Rolling out to the left is Fletcher. Looking, throws. Incomplete.
Ooh, defender fell down.
And it's third down and 10. 29 seconds to go.
B.J. Wyndham in the middle of the end zone.
Not an accurate pass, though.
Nope.
Looked like that Fletcher was throwing it to a spot and not necessarily the man.
Yes.
29 seconds to go. Third and 10. $29 seconds to go. Fletcher in the gun. Clarizio next to him. 3 wide receivers. 2 to the right. 1 to the left. We're down under 10 seconds on the play clock. Fletcher dropping to throw. Deep drop. Back behind the 20. Looking. Throws it deep into the end zone. And it is incomplete. It was intercepted, but it was out of the end zone.
Yep.
Number 11 for DeWitt. Jaden Bender caught it, but he was out of bounds. And it's 4th down.
They could get a first down. They've been trying to go to the end zone every time.
Yes.
They can get to the 2 and
that's
get.
That's what I was saying. Maybe you run Clarizio, try to get the first down.
Well, it's too late now.
19 seconds left. No timeouts left. And they can get a first down.
Yep.
They got to get inside the 2. Ball on the far hash mark. And now this is the play of the game here. Fletcher in the gun, dropping to throw. Looking, trying to get away from pressure, throws it into the end zone. Incomplete. Incomplete. And DeWitt's going to win this one.
Wyndham in the end zone, 2 defenders, but the pressure got to Fletcher, and it forced him to throw the ball before he wanted to. Nobody was open initially. Nobody was open the second time, and he just had to throw the ball at somebody. And East Lansing had their chance, Brock.
They did.
Just couldn't get it.
With this loss, they'll drop to 3-2 on the season. With the win, DeWitt moves to 5-0. DeWitt tried to help them out tonight.
They did.
But now DeWitt has the ball at their own 12-yard line. All they got to do is take one knee, and this one will be over. Great effort by both teams tonight. Far from perfect. Lots of mistakes all over the place by both teams.
But some tremendous efforts.
Oh, the effort. No question the effort at all. Played their guts out tonight, both teams. Knee for Elliott Larner, and that's going to do it. And the clock is running out. And classy move by one of the East Lansing players, number 5, Duarte Sams. High five and a handful of the DeWitt players on the way off the field. I want to mention that and guess who's first in line, Doc? Duarte Sams.
Yep.
Classy move. Credit to him. That might be the most impressive thing I've seen this season in terms of sportsmanship. After the knee happened, he high-fived about 3 or 4 of the DeWitt players, and then once he got done with that, who was the first guy in line for the full squad handshakes? Duarte Sams Jr. And he's hugging to some of the DeWitt players, high-fiving the coaches. What a ball game here tonight at East Lansing High School. DeWitt wins it 42-35. We'll take a timeout and come back with post-game stats and analysis, and we'll get to scores from around the mid-Michigan area after this. But first, it's another edition of This Week in High School Sports with John Ross.
11 years and counting on the NFHS network, and a wild shootout in DeWitt. I'm John Ross, and this is This Week in High School Sports, powered by the Michigan Achievement Scholarship. High school games from across Michigan at all levels have been broadcast on the NFHS network for more than 11 years now. That's more than 175,000 games from more than 600 high schools in the state. Last year alone, more than 50,000 events aired on the NFHS network. The oldest game available to watch on demand is from August 30th, 2013, a varsity football matchup between Adrian and Carleton Airport, a game Adrian won 26-7. In addition to tons of regular season contests, the NFHS network is home to MHSAA postseason events. This fall, the football, soccer, and volleyball playoffs are all available, as well as the cross-country and swimming and diving finals. In the winter, basketball, competitive cheer, gymnastics, ice hockey, and wrestling is all on, followed by baseball, lacrosse, soccer, softball, and track and field in the spring. Monthly and annual subscriptions are available, with a portion of your subscription fee going back to the school you designate. But you can watch any game from any high school in the country, including all past games that are available. Can't make it out to a game in person? Support your favorite school by watching them on the NFHS network. Go to NFHSnetwork.com to sign up and watch. It's time for Game Balls, when we highlight a trio of standout performances from the past week. First, Birmingham Groves' Teddy Abbott. He had 3 interceptions in one quarter, including a pick 6 and a 35-7 win over Rochester. Abbott becomes just the 4th player in MHSAA history with 3 interceptions in a single quarter. Okemos golfer Elena Lee, she fired a school record 64 to claim the individual medalist honors at the CAAC Open. She also helped her team to a school record team score and team title. And at Kingsford's Gavin Grondin. He had an 86-yard kickoff return for a touchdown as the Flivers knocked off Nagani, avenging last season's loss to the Miners.
Graduating seniors could qualify for a tuition-free skills certificate or associate degree through the new Community College Guarantee, no matter their GPA or your household income. Or if your child plans to attend a 4-year university or career school, the Michigan Achievement Scholarship Program has them covered. They could get up to $27,500 toward a bachelor's degree or up to $4,000 for career training. Complete the FAFSA to get started at mi.gov/achievement.
Our weekly Be the Referee feature takes a look at the fine art of officiating with registered official Paige Winnie.
Let's talk tennis, specifically the rules around the net. First, tennis nets are 42 inches high at the post and 36 inches high in the center, and nets measure 42 feet wide. Players and their equipment cannot touch the net during a point. However, a player's follow-through can cross over the net if the ball was to hit the correct side of the court. But no part of the follow-through can touch the net. Also, the ball must completely cross the net before it can hit. If your opponent hits a high lob and you are standing at the net ready to smash a return, you must wait until the ball is completely over the net before hitting it. Making contact with the net during a play or hitting the ball before it's over the net results in a loss of a point.
Thanks, Paige. Now more than ever, we need officials. If you're interested, please go to the MHSAA website now to register. If you like touchdowns and not a ton of tackling, then DeWitt versus Hurricane last Friday was the game for you. Hurricane made the 6.5-hour bus ride up from West Virginia to take on the Panthers, and when it was done, the record book needed work. DeWitt won 70-63. Yes, there were 19 total touchdowns scored in this one. That's a touchdown every 2.5 minutes. The game was tied 7 times, and there were 7 lead changes. Hurricane jumped in front on the game's first play, a 90-yard touchdown pass. DeWitt battled back to take a 21-20 lead after the first quarter. It was tied at 35 at half, tied at 49 after 3, and both teams had fourth quarter leads. DeWitt's Elliott Larner ran for 279 yards, a new school record, and 5 touchdowns. The 70 points is a new school record, set just 3 weeks after scoring 69 in a season-opening win against Hazlitt. And on the other end of the scoring spectrum last week, Midland Dow knocked off Bay City Western 3-2. You've been listening to This Week in High School Sports, powered by the Michigan Achievement Scholarship, a production of the MHSAA Network. Thanks for joining us. I'm John Ross, and we'll be back next week.
Shop Macy's VIP sale, going on now. Use your coupon or Macy's card and take an extra 30% off the latest fall trends from designers that rarely go on sale. And save 15% off skincare, makeup, fragrances, and more. Plus, shop fall specials for even more great deals on top brands at Macy's. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Lansing Sports Station. The Game, 7:30 a.m.
Palmbos and Erik, Doc Love back here at Lynn C. Adams Stadium. The East Lansing Trojans fall to the DeWitt Panthers tonight, 42-35. Easily the game of the year. And, well, I can't say easily. I mean, you got to say DeWitt over Hurricane, West Virginia, maybe the game of the year, 70-63. But this one was pretty close. About what we thought it was going to be. We figured it was going to be a lower scoring than 70-63. But, man, lots of points, lots of everything here tonight. DeWitt is now 5-0 on the season. They have the lead in the CAAC Blue. They are tied with Everett at 2-0 in league play. DeWitt now 5-0. East Lansing falls to 2-1 in league play. They are 3-2 overall. Want to tell you about our great sponsors one more time. Dowding Industries, always interested in individuals that have the drive and desire to be successful in work and in life. Check them out at dowdingindustries.com. You may find a successful future here. And by the Lansing Sports Commission. No matter the sport, the Lansing Sports Commission can make your next event your best event. Plan on something greater. Find out details at lansingsports.org. All right, let's get to the scoring summary. We'll just do the second half because I did the first half. at halftime. It was, what was the score at halftime? It was 28-14 DeWitt at halftime, but East Lansing went on a 6-minute drive to start the second half. Jace Clarizio finished it off with an 11-yard touchdown, and it was extra point good, 28-21 at that point. DeWitt took less than 2 minutes to get down the field. That's because Elliot Larner threw to his twin brother Abram on a 56-yard touchdown. Extra point good, 35-21 DeWitt. East Lansing came right back. Just over a minute later, Duarte Sams, a 56-yard touchdown run. Extra point good, 35-28 DeWitt. DeWitt scored again late in the third quarter. Trav Moore finished off a drive with a 1-yard touchdown run. He scored that with 31 seconds to go in the third. Extra point good, 42-28 DeWitt. East Lansing scored quickly right after that. Ben Fletcher, a 47-yard touchdown pass. Who was that to, Doc? I wrote it down wrong. Ben Fletcher threw a 47-yard touch. That was to B.J. Wyndham. That's right.
Yes.
B.J. Wyndham. Failed to write that down here. Extra point was good. 42-35 DeWitt. We figured there would be some more scoring. There wasn't. That was the last score of the game, although both teams had opportunities to score late and didn't do it. And DeWitt was able to hang on and win. And hang on is about right. A wild last couple of minutes. Possibly a missed pass interference call on DeWitt that could have kept an East Lansing drive alive. East Lansing, or DeWitt with going in for a touchdown and Trav Moore fumbling inside the 10-yard line. And then there were some penalties. It was just a wild sequence of muffed punt snap and then a face mask on East Lansing, which set up a 4th and 1. East Lansing stops them in the final minute. And East Lansing comes down, gets down to the 12-yard line, and just can't get it into the end zone, and DeWitt wins at 42-35. East Lansing had 2 turnovers in the game, both interceptions by Ben Fletcher. DeWitt, that one turnover, Trav Moore fumbled inside the 10-yard line, which stopped a potential game-clinching drive. DeWitt had 8 penalties on the night for 85 yards. East Lansing had 8 penalties for 65 yards unofficially. So that's what we got there for the drive chart, the scoring summary, turnovers, penalties, da-da-da-da-da. You got the rest of the stats, Doc.
Unofficially, East Lansing, Ben Fletcher, 11 for 22, 141, a touchdown and 2 interceptions. Jace Clarizio, 26 carries, 188 and 3 touchdowns. Duarte Sams Jr., 5 carries for 98 yards and a touchdown. 295 rushing for him, 436 total. For DeWitt, unofficially, Elliot Larner, 9 for 14, 123 and 2 touchdowns. Ran the ball 24 times for 176 and a touchdown. Trav Moore, 27 carries, 144 and 3 touchdowns on the ground. Abram Larner, 5 catches, 96 and 2 touchdowns. I have 365 rushing total for DeWitt, 488. Or excuse me, 365 rushing, 488 total for DeWitt. But okay. I'm sure I'm off a little bit, but
you're pretty close.
I'm somewhat close.
You're pretty close. Wow. This is what we hoped we'd get when we decided to do this game today.
Yeah.
This is exactly what we hoped we would get.
This was one of our no-doubters as to what game we were going to choose this weekend.
And it lived up to it.
It worked out, yeah.
A lot of wild plays. Turnovers,
penalties, we saw a little bit of everything, yeah.
Wild plays tonight. And we figured this game was going to go past 10 o'clock. It ended just before 10 o'clock. Yeah. A 3-hour game. Oh, ho-hum, that's normal for DeWitt.
Yes.
They're used to that. So DeWitt is 5-0 on the season. They are 2-0 in league play. They are tied with Everett in the CAAC Blue, and they play each other later on in the season. Oh, yes, week number 9, Everett at DeWitt. Keep that in mind for week number 9. We'll take a timeout. We'll come back. We'll get the scores from around the mid-Michigan area, and we'll give you the happy totals from Detroit. Yes, the Detroit Tigers are in the playoffs for the first time in 10 years. We'll tell you about that, give you the scores from around the mid-Michigan area, whatever we have, after our final break here on the game 730 AM WVFN and the Lansing Sports Network, brought to you by Dowding Industries and by the Lansing Sports Commission.
Shop Macy's VIP sale going on now. Use your coupon or Macy's card and take an extra 30% off the latest fall trends from designers that rarely go on sale. And save 15% off skincare, makeup, fragrances, and more. Plus, shop fall specials for even more great deals on top brands at Macy's. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
WVFN.
Back one final time here at Lynn C. Adams Stadium. DeWitt wins it over East Lansing 42-35. Next week, let's take a look at the week 6 for them. DeWitt is back home at Memorial Stadium next week taking on Holt. East Lansing goes out of conference. They are at Davison. They will try to regroup there. DeWitt 5-0 on the season. East Lansing 3-2. DeWitt and Everett now tied for the league lead at 2-0 in league play.
Speaking of Everett, they lost tonight in a non-conference game. Grand Blanc came back to beat them. First loss of the season for the Vikings, 35-21. Grand Blanc comes back to beat them. It was, 21-14, Everett, and then Grand Blanc scored a couple of touchdowns.
Yep. In 8-player football, Morris upset Fulton tonight at home, 22-0. Congratulations to them.
Grand Ledge knocks off Waverly, 37-22.
Oh, okay. Closer than I thought. Grand Ledge. They're at Everett next week. They are 4-1 on the season. Also in 8-player football. Hold on. Portland St. Patrick moves to 5-0 on the season. They beat Breckenridge tonight, 35-7.
Hazlitt beats Fowlerville 44-7.
They're now
2-3.
They're now 2-3 on the season. Leslie was victorious tonight. They're now 5-0 on the season.
Bath knocked off Perry 40-0.
Is that Bath's first win of the year? Might be. Nope, their second win of the year. They're now 2-3 on the season.
Ovid Elsie's still undefeated. They beat Montrose 42-7.
I'm surprised at that spread. I figured that would be a closer game.
A little closer, yeah.
Yep. Let's see here.
Trying to scroll down a little bit more.
Leslie over Manchester. Did you say Leslie over Manchester?
I did not.
Leslie defeated Manchester tonight, 45-28. The Blackhawks are now 5-0 on the season. Portland was victorious tonight over Lansing Catholic.
We know PW won. Yeah, Portland won 35-14 over Lansing Catholic.
And PW and Fowler both won. Collision course next week, both 5-0. They play next week at Fowler High School for the Milk Jug and for the lead and probably the outright CMAC championship.
Last update I had, it was St. John's 45, Williamston 21, but that was over an hour ago, so that one obviously is wrapped up by then.
Certainly.
And let's see, I'm like a... Excuse me.
Hey, it's live radio. It's okay. Yeah, 45-21 with 5 minutes to go. Let me see.
Olivet beating Rapids 50-6.
Okay.
Maple Valley lost to Bronson 40-0. Now I'm well over an hour. Mason won. They knocked off Eastern 58-0.
They go to St. John's next week.
One of the games we're looking at, right?
One of the games we're looking at.
PW won 73-0 against Potterville.
Yep.
And then Fowler won 57-0 over Dansville. And I think that is all the finals that we have.
Still trying to get a final score for St. John's, but man.
Because now I'm up to 2 hours back here.
Yep. So, Doc, final thought. Portland, we said Portland won easily.
Mm-hmm.
So Portland's now 5-0 on the season. St. John's probably won. They're 5-0 on the year. Mason
I'll do a
St.
quick
John's,
look for that one.
Yep, Mason. I tried to look myself. I couldn't find anything.
Yeah, I'm getting Williamson from a different area or a different state.
Mm-hmm. Oh, of course.
I think 45-21 was the final.
Okay.
So there you go. Final thoughts on this one.
Yeah. Wild game. It was.
It got hairy at the end there.
Else. It was. It did.
DeWitt's offense is extremely explosive. We've seen that. They had a couple of miscues late that cost them or gave up some opportunities. At least gave East Lansing opportunities to come back.
Yep. Turnover late.
Yep.
It's just. But
I wasn't a fan of that pass play.
On the last play?
Yeah, that one. I thought they should have ran the ball.
You could argue that.
East Lansing, I mean, they can run the ball. Obviously, Clarizio's fantastic. Duarte Sams Jr. also really good as well. Ben Fletcher, a little errant at times. Did have 2 picks in the first half, one inconsequential right before the half. But, this East Lansing, if they can shore up the defense a little bit more at times, and they had some stops, obviously, in the second half, but they shore up the defense a little bit more and get the passing game going, that really opens things up for them. They're probably the best 3-2 team in Michigan right now, that's for sure.
They definitely could be. Definitely could be.
Yep.
Definitely could be. All right. Well, that's going to do it for us here at East Lansing High School. You and I, we will have a game next week. It will be on thegame730am.com on the streaming because of conflicts with MSU football and the regular season opener for MSU hockey. So
streaming only.
Streaming only on the game 7:30 a.m. Grand Ledge at Everett we're considering. Mason at St. John's we're considering. There's a couple of PW at Fowler we're considering. There's 1 or 2 others we're looking at as well. We'll chat. We'll think about it and we'll chat and we'll figure it out on Sunday and we'll let you know. So that's going to do it for us here. Great ball game tonight.
Yes.
Best game, obviously the best game we've done this year here on these airwaves. Thanks to everyone for listening. For my broadcast partner, Eric Doc Love, I'm Brock Palmbush. Again, the final score, the DeWitt Panthers 42, the East Lansing Trojans 35. Join us next week. If we do Grand Ledge at Everett, it'll be a 5 o'clock pregame instead of a 6 o'clock pregame, but we'll let you know probably on Monday after we talk on Sunday. That does it for us. Thank you for listening, everyone. We will talk to you next Friday night. Good night, everybody.
Most tax pros leave a message.
It's Jane. I'm moving on to a TurboTax expert who beat your price. Adam Devine, tell him how I feel.
Hey, tax pro, she's been thinking twice. Best believe TurboTax will beat your price. This is a tax break.
Switch to a TurboTax Live expert and we'll beat what you paid your pro last tax season. Make the switch at TurboTax.com/beatyourprice. TurboTax full service only. Sign up by 12/20/2024 and file by 4/1/2025. Full details at TurboTax.com/beatyourprice.